kitty.
You mean I can't see her again?
That's the way it has to be.
What do you think? I look alright. You look great. Will you marry me? You're too crazy for me.
everybody. I hope my audio is working because I can never tell.
I can hear you.
You can hear me. Cool.
Yes, but we're all frozen.
Sarah.
You know what?
My face of concern is hilarious.
You know what? You know what? As long as we're audible, I'll take it. How are we at a hype train? What did y'all do?
But not my face.
It's been like 7 minutes. What did you do?
Oh wait, Kristen is back a little bit. Oh, it changed.
Okay. Okay. I can't tell what's happening, but how are we... I don't know how we're at a hype train. I don't know what's happening right now.
3 or 4 of us resubbed, and then I gave bits.
Okay.
I mean, somebody gave bits, a mysterious person.
Somebody else might have gifted subs. Who's to say?
Okay, so Maya, can you do me a favor and ban everybody that's on the stream? Just for safety. Just, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hold on. Thank you, Sarah, for the bits. Thank you, Maya, for the resub. Thank you, Chris, for the gifted subs. Thank you, Sarah, for the resub. Thank y'all all for the hype train. And thank you, Kristen, for your resub. And Chris for your resub. Thank you, guys. You're awesome. I don't know why. Okay. So... Stop making the hype train happen. Okay, perfect. No more hype train. Take your emotes and go. Okay, so I'm back. We're back. Last episode that didn't happen was a bit chaotic, but we're picking up from where we were supposed to pick up last time. So
why is Kristen the only one not frozen with Liz?
Well, I keep freezing sometimes. Liz, I'm wondering if maybe you switch from scenes one more time. It'll like...
Hold on. Yes. Nothing to see here, y'all. And let's see. Did that fix it?
No, I still have a very concerned look on my face.
Yeah, Sarah.
Which is hilarious. I'll take it.
I'm moving.
Oh, Chris is moving. Why am I? What? This feels like a hate crime.
Not the hate crime. Maya, that's totally fine. I hope you feel better. Anybody who's here, if you want to send love to Maya, that would be wonderful. Also something...
Oh, I can't send her hearts.
Uh-oh. Wait, why not?
Because I have to type them in chat because you can't see me making them with my hands.
Oh yeah, you are stuck like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, let me...
With this concerned look. Okay.
Is it her capture?
Probably. But
you know
hopefully...
what? I'm fine with it.
Oh, she moved.
Oh, I did. To a very more flattering...
I do feel like maybe just restarting Discord would solve it, is my guess. Because Discord gets like this. I know. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Okay, we're gonna try it. We'll be back. I'm gonna put you on the be right back. You didn't do it, Kristen. I'm just very tired of this. We'll be right back. You saw nothing.
Venus!
Well, that was a wonderful place to come back to. Wow. Yeah.
Okay, we were playing a game!
Well, I mean, how would I know that? Oh, cool. It's not doing the window capture over again, so I have to do the window capture again. Life is pain and everything hurts.
Right before she did that, she was just like, "I'm gonna stop because watch you come back as I'm saying it," and then there was a long pause.
I would love it if anybody wanted to clip that because I just think I should have that in my life.
Just the darkness.
Yes, it would really make my day if somebody wanted to clip that.
Oh,
Oh,
So
I'm crying.
bear
Oh my
with
god.
us as we slowly come into view because for some reason Streamlabs hates me. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that anymore. And the reason why, which I did not think I would get to be saying for a very long time, but due to some shenanigans from certain people and just a really awesome community, you guys came together and funded the setup. My Ko-Fi goal is complete. Which I am crying. I probably will be kind of low key and down for this one, not down, but low energy for this stream because I already didn't feel well, but that's such a huge light for me, so thank you. That's wonderful. Yep. That's
You bring
just
light into our lives
thank you.
every day and Fridays.
Aw. Aw.
Sarah,
You
the
know
way
what?
said that.
You know what I would want in my life? A window capture that works. That that. But yeah, seriously.
I would give you the world if I knew that how technology worked at
Thank
all.
you. Honestly, I think Streamlabs is just being mean to me for no reason. Just me specifically.
Remember before when I was like during Pride Month? Amazing. I was another joke that I do with my friends is like not during Black History Month.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, you know what
Oh.
that's what this feels like. Discord?
I can see your whole window capture.
Yeah,
Instead of the
but it
thing.
won't do Discord now, so cool.
Oh.
Gonna leave Discord and come back again. Sorry, y'all. Just hold on. Just
Oh
hold.
my God.
Just
Hey, you
bear
know
with
what?
us.
We're just stalling for Jake to get here anyway.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
That's
mhm,
true.
mhm.
That's true. Okay, hold
okay.
on.
It's strategic, actually.
Be right back.
Maya, I hope that means you're gonna come to see me too.
And me.
Kristen, you're on the other side of the country.
Oh.
I'm gonna be in
Talk about
DC.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hop out of the call real quick. Hi, chat. You look great today. Don't worry about this. There's nothing to be concerned about. We're just vibing. We're just vibing. Hold on.
Oh?
Okay. Alright. Okay. And now I'm gonna try
Hey.
again. Let's see what happens. If it keeps beeping at me, I'm going to throw hands. Window capture, please. Please. Can I have a window that is captured? Please. There we go. Well, I don't want it to do that. No, I don't want it to do that.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Not me doxing myself.
Oh my God.
That's not what I wanted to happen. Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh,
It's
God.
okay. It's not like we've got anything wild hanging around.
Guys, I know, I just revealed the worst secret. My mods like me. I know. This is
Oh,
upsetting.
I can't believe it.
Live on the internet that my mods
My FOMO-
like me.
My FOMO is too real because I was like, I can't believe I'm not in that chat, and I'm like, I'm not a mod, so like that's understandable.
It'd be like that.
oh.
What? Why? Discord? Are you okay? You know what? I'm gonna try and be positive. Because
Yes.
some wonderful human beings came together to try and make sure that this doesn't happen anymore. So, I'll take this. This is
It's
fine.
all
It's
good.
some reminiscing. There we go. Finally. Okay.
Yay!
Oh,
I'm
That's
still
fun.
doxing myself, but it's less because
You
what
know
I
what?
want. You know what? It'd be like that. It's all right. It's all right.
Sometimes it happens. And you
Don't
know what?
love
I'm
that.
learning. Because
Okay, Liz, we're not gonna judge you for the weird Discord servers you're in.
You know what? You should actually. Um,
oh no, now I don't know what face I'm making.
you'll find
You know
out
what? We'll just
soon.
have to deal with like the frozen images, I guess, you know?
Yep. Yup.
It'll be
Eventually,
okay.
it'll. You know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
Halloween dice?
Face Chris is making.
We don't need to talk about it.
Or
I love that face so much. It's so good. It's a new reaction image.
nice. Ooh, that Halloween dice set is cute.
Right?
I think this
Everything
face
is
Sarah is
totally
making is
fine.
better.
Oh no, what face am I making?
Just wait.
Oh, I didn't see it. I was tabbed out. I was looking at the Halloween dice. No.
I think
Which
we're
are
all still
very
gonna
cute.
be frozen, and you know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Ironically, you are the only one not frozen.
Yeah, you're
So
not frozen at all, Liz.
yeah.
Cool.
I think it's because like you don't have to like it's just your own camera.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
That would do it.
I
The-
do wonder, does other stuff like Zoom and whatnot work better? Does anyone know?
Never done it,
We
so
talked about
No
that.
idea. TBH.
I mean, we could always find out.
Okay, wait, I moved, so
And
Yeah, Kristen's moving. Shimmy, shimmy, shake.
not the shimmy shimmy. Not the shimmy shimmy. Um, okay, one more.
Guys, this isn't technical issues. It's just behind the scenes,
It's-
exclusive.
It's technical
Exactly.
flavor.
We're giving you a tutorial.
it's a preview of what's to come on Dawn's fan house.
True.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
you know what? I am a bad streamer because I don't have any information about it in my commands or anything. But I do have a fan house. I just started it. So for $3 a month, if you want to join and hang out, I will be posting D&D content, selfies, little life adventure stuff. I'm like somebody who's very private with my life, I feel like. And so I thought it would be a cool way to kind of, you could get to know me better, come hang out with me, show you guys some aspects of like my day and what I do as an artist. And yeah, if you want to just try it out, you're not sure yet, you don't want to commit fully, I totally understand. There is a code. If you do in all caps Stormborn, you will get your first month free. And yeah, you could just come check it out, come vibe. If you've never heard of Fan House, it is a really cool community building site. And there's like a little chat and stuff so you can talk to other people who are really cool and like to come hang out with us. And then, you know, after that first month, if you decide that it's not for you, it'd be like that. But yeah, that's also a cool avenue to support me as well. This community, we are working to sub off Twitch because Twitch is not protecting its marginalized creators, and I am sick and tired of this. So if you have money that you want to put towards subs on the channel, I completely understand and appreciate it, and it's not appreciated any less than it would be other avenues. But until Twitch puts any sort of protections in place besides empty emails and empty words, we are pushing to sub off Twitch. So, Fan House, Ko-Fi, and if you're looking for non-monetary avenues of support, you can always retweet the going live tweets and all that good stuff. Spread the word, bring a friend, and yeah, I think we're good. Jake's gonna come in a few minutes, and it's all just gonna go flying again. So,
You know what? That's his fault.
I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're wrong. But honestly, okay, I'm like super scattered and under the weather, so I'm not not focusing as much as I can. But I wanted to give like a very wholehearted and sincere thank you to everybody that donated to the Ko-Fi for my new setup, whether it was $5 or like a ridiculously large amount. Because a few of you are just wild creatures. Thank you. That's awesome that I can be able to afford to get that. So it just hopefully once I have it, stuff like this won't happen anymore, and it'll be because of you guys. So that's yeah. Thank you.
I love you.
I don't know if I'm frozen. Actually, I don't know if that's gonna work out. I'm
You're probably not frozen.
cool. Um,
You're not.
but cool. So then you guys get the heart. Thank you. Should we just wait for Jake?
Um,
No, I think we should just.
No.
We just start. Okay.
started.
yeah.
All right. All right. So, coming back to where we were, getting back into Faerun, back into the adventure, back with our beloved party that I missed so much. We last left off leaving Casper's quarters. We had all, after Tessa had performed
In a sexy way.
in a
I'm kidding.
sexy way. No, it was in a sexy way.
Oh yeah, I hit Faustus's ass. I
Yeah.
forgot. So,
Last
in
episode
a
was
sexy
like
way.
really unexpectedly steamy. Coming back from all of that, so Tessa had performed a ritual under the moon to help guide you in your quest to track down these manifestations of elemental power that are threatening the material plane. And her she using the mirror, which she showed off to you, that had been used to contain that first gemstone that you found. She was able to give you a list of locations, and working with Casper, plotted all of them down for you to be able to go and chase down these objects. And now we're sort of on the way, and we're coming up on the next morning. So there was some flirtation, some discoveries. Faustus, Raven, and Tessa have something happening in that corner. Renori and Casper are having a moment, and Tide and Chad are also having a moment. What you did discover, though, last session was that Casper's war table in the back of the quarters has a secret compartment within. You all did some snooping, and you discovered a signet ring, a storybook, and what looked to be some notes. Just kind of strewn about from this leather case that seemed to hold all of the loose parchment. And Faustus, after being pretty smooth, decided not to let that avenue go and left Lilith within the table, with no one the wiser as of right now. Left Lilith in the table to hopefully pursue that at a later time. We also determined something very important, that the boots do not stay on during sex. That was very momentous. And yeah, I think that's the main part. We're just on our travel time towards the towering reef, which we determined to be the closest of the locations that Tessa provided, and that's where we're heading now. So, we're rising up on the next morning after we set sail. There is this light breeze that sort of sways and snaps the sails every once in a while, and the boat is in a gentle, gentle rhythm, side to side to side. The crew seems to be in pretty good spirits. A few of them are like kind of humming and walking arm in arm and like messing with each other. The sun is out, it's beautifully warm, and it feels like a good day. Now, because this is our first major span of travel time, you're going to take about a week to get there, and we're going to kind of montage our way through it. So I think before the session you all took your long rest, but in case you haven't, take your long rest. And if you have specific things that you want to do during this week, you can let me know and we'll go through it. But if not, it's sort of like we're not rushing, but sliding through the days until we get to our destination. What's up, Raven?
Raven is going to definitely find Ripley.
Okay.
Because she's been like, this robe thing was a great like FU to the temple, but for pirating, it is not the most utilitarian um outfit. So she noted how Ripley was managed to like bring clothes out of thin air, and so she's gonna find her for a little makeover montage.
All right. So,
Wait, so quick question. Can Renori go with you, Raven? Because Renori needs to ask Ripley for an umbrella and also to be your hype woman
Yeah.
friend as you do
Yes.
your little makeover
Yes.
montage. Okay.
Absolutely.
So
okay.
Renori's going to Ripley to be like, hey, I need an umbrella because sun, and preferably a cute umbrella. So,
Okay. All right.
With like lace at the
yeah, yeah.
yeah, lace on the bottom.
Like a
Okay.
little parasol kind of vibe.
So you on the first day that you're just kind of on the open sea heading south. Yes. Like slightly southeast. Um you find Ripley pretty easily. She seems to be a fan of just the open sun. She spends a lot of time by the railings that you like you notice this like she just enjoys taking in the breeze. Um And when you approach her, she just turns around and she leans her elbows back against the railing, like, "What's up?"
Raven will kind of like look at Renori because I don't know if they like planned to meet up together, but I think it's gonna be like we didn't, so like we came across
Mm,
her at the same time and we are both like
yeah.
so I think Raven's gonna like look to Renori to see if she's gonna say anything first.
Well, I need a parasol, an umbrella, but a cute umbrella. Because
Okay.
the sun doesn't work for me personally. Um, and you've got that little tablet that and I was just wondering if that's something that you could obtain to help me out.
um, yeah, I don't see why not. Just hold on. And she reaches behind her back and she pulls out the tablet and the sort of scene that you've seen a couple times now, where the surface ripples and these symbols like pass over and change and shift in kind of dizzying speeds and patterns. And she kind of thinks for a second, like you see her face like squinch up in concentration, and then she dips her hand ever so slowly in up to the elbow into the surface of this tablet, and like you see her get a grip on something and kind of give a few like firm tugs, and then rising back out of the tablet you see a folded umbrella, and Renori she pulls it out and extends it and kind of gives it a flick of the wrist and it pops open, the very satisfying like, and you see a curved black parasol with lace around the edges, and from each little, you know how it has like the skeleton structure that comes into a point, from each little arm on the umbrella, a little black gem hangs, and then the little top piece is also like a little pointed black gem, and she passes that off to you.
Thank you. This is far more amazing than I anticipated.
There's a lot of selection, so you know I got you.
That's good to know. And then Renori will like turn to Raven and be like, "Why are you here?" And she's now like holding the umbrella. And she'll take it from Ripley and use it to shield herself from the sun.
Raven is going to kind of like shyly and a little bit more reserved than normal, be kind of like, uh I love my clothes. It's just that I need something to be a little bit more comfortable when we're adventuring. So I really I don't know what I would want to wear, but is there any way I could look to see what you have and then I could
Yes. So I
because I don't
wasn't.
want you to have to reach in there a whole bunch of
Oh
times,
no, it's not that hard.
you know.
That's not the issue. I was kind of security, so I didn't know a whole lot, but I know somebody who does. Just give me a second. And she takes the tablet, right? And she kind of looks out at the water a little bit and follows the railing up towards like the bowsprit, which is where the boat kind of comes into this triangle and then points out. So she walks up to the bow of the ship and kind of like almost like she's trying to get signal on it, like holds it up. And then you see her tap and swipe a few things on the surface, and there's a pulse of like yellow light, and then it turns red, and then it turns purple. And she lowers this tablet back down and she sets it on the floor, and well, what you see before you is sort of like, I don't know how you're gonna react, so I'll let you tell me how you're gonna react. But it's certainly startling to say the least. This tablet starts vibrating aggressively, and clattering and clacking against the like wooden boards, and Ripley like backs up a little bit, and it's just bouncing all over the place, and then it goes still, and there's like a little pleasant like ding, and the surface turns green, and the tablet unfolds, for lack of a better word. It expands, it grows and slides in its dimensions, and then like facets of it that didn't exist before when she was holding it flip out, and then before you in seconds is a tent, kind of like a carnival tent with purple and like a deep almost like gold color that come up into like a little gold flag on the center, and it's about the size of like a single changing room, and there's purple curtains hanging on it, and then there's like a rustling behind the curtains, and they pull out, and in the doorway is a purple tiefling. She's got short black hair that's pretty like dead straight, and it falls around her pointed ears, and her horns curve back and then up, sort of like a gazelle. And from those horns hangs like all sorts of just clattering like gems and golden rings and silver rings. And she's wearing clothes very similar to yours, but they lack the sort of religious feel to them, like very much sheer and form fitting and elegant. And she looks over all of you, and then her arms are like crossed as she's regarding you, and then she lets her arms fall to her side to kind of put her hands on her hips, and you catch a glimpse of her name tag. Her name is Mona, and she looks over at Ripley like, you called? And Ripley kind of gestures awkwardly at you, Raven.
Uh, I was just looking for new clothes.
Hmm.
Uh, Chris.
Nice.
Um, I'm every time I read chat, I should stop reading chat. Mona takes some careful, kind of like gliding steps towards you, Raven, and then you notice that she's wearing heels, mostly by the sound before you see them, and she clack, clack, clack. She circles around you and takes a very long look up and down, and then she comes and stops right before you. She goes, "What kind of clothes?"
Um, just something that would be more practical for adventuring, I guess. Raven is increasingly like trying to hold back a blush because she's never gone clothes shopping ever in her life.
Oh,
So this is
that's
like a very like so she's like very she's like not sure at all how this is supposed to work. And I'm pretty sure that this is not how this is supposed to work. This is just bullseye bullshit. So
she when you okay, so you tell her you want to go clothes shopping, right? And you see a sort of sparkle, a light in her eyes, and her hands that are on her hips kind of move towards her lower back and pronunciate some of her curves. And she takes like a couple steps backwards, and she goes, "Well, after you." And she pulls back one of the velvet curtains on the tent.
Renori is following, by the way.
Okay.
And is like, Raven, I'm very interested in seeing how this goes. Also, I may want something, but that can wait.
Renori, Mona's eyes snap to you curiously, and she does the same once over that she did to Raven, and she goes, "Okay, step in, beautiful."
Oh. Renori, whoosh, like super dark purple, just like incapable of handling compliments.
Yeah, Raven is gonna like timidly follow in. Like it's obvious that she's nervous.
Okay.
She's just gonna follow.
So so Mona pulls back this curtain, and the two of you kind of shuffle inside, and she steps in behind you and snaps the curtain shut, and the light kind of like whoosh, vanishes, and you both have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you catch a nebulous glimpse of just swirling grays in various shades, nothing really concrete, and then dim light floods your vision, and you become acquainted with a space. And you see, first of all, defining the very edges, because it's very dim in here, there are candelabras with very, like, dripping wax, and they produce this soft golden light, and they're in it's a space that does not fit the tent that you saw. Very large, just expansive, and there's a purple curtain.
Bigger on the inside.
Yes, there's a a like purple shag carpet situation happening here, and it's very plush beneath your feet. It smells faintly of like jasmine and a little bit of incense in the air, and there's soft music coming from somewhere, but you can't quite determine where. And Mona kind of like offers you a sweeping gesture, and as her hand moves through your vision, more of the room comes into focus. You catch two chairs and like a small little coffee table with steaming mugs of something, and then you see kind of that three mirror setup that most tailors have, and the little box that you would stand on to receive adjustments. And she goes, "Okay, well, who's going first?"
Raven.
Yeah, me. I
Perfect.
guess.
She holds out a hand to you.
Raven, you're gonna look good in anything, so don't worry about it too much.
Raven fails at holding. Oh wait, actually I want to roll for this. Hold on. Yeah, she fails at she 100% fails at I rolled a 3, by the way. At holding back her blush. So she's just like this dark, like blue color, just like absolutely just like looking at Renori like thankful for her a little bit. And then she's just like, "Oh, thank you." And then she kind of like grabs the Mona's hand, but she's just like, "Oh man, my hand is so sweaty." Like like she's insecure about it.
Mona's hand is very soft, and you feel like the cold press of a few rings, and she takes your hand and guides you towards that platform, and she helps you step up on it. It's just like dark wood, right? And you get a good glimpse of yourself in the mirror. You're a little bit haggard after the events of the past few weeks, really. But you look good as ever, and we love to see it. And Mona backs up a little bit, and she does like that picture frame thing with her fingers, like she kind of appraises you a little bit. She goes, "Okay, practical, something sexy. Let me see what I can do." And she turns her back to you, and you're on carpet. You know you are because you're standing on it. And Raven, you're not, but Renori, you are, and you see the carpet, right? But you still hear the clack, clack, clack of her heels. and she makes her way to the opposite side of the room, and there's a clothing rack there that you definitely did not see before. And she starts shuffling through some of the items hanging there, and she goes, okay, and pulls a few things off of it, and she reaches down and crouches beneath like some of the clothes that are hanging, and from behind the rack almost pulls out a pair of boots. And then she walks over to you and she kind of holds up like a loose, what looks like a shirt, really. It's kind of billowing. And then the boots, she goes, this will fit. Do me a favor. Relax. Breathe.
Like Raven like does her best, you know, like she's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm relaxing, you know, so like she's thinking about it, like she's like, I hope I'm relaxing, okay. You know?
I felt that. So
Jake is Ooh,
yeah, I just
he's
saw.
here.
Hey. Okay. All right. There. Yep. I was waiting for that. Hi. There's no way to make that
Time
not
to
happen.
readjust.
So. Hold on.
Just gotta do a little readjustment. It's all good.
We're in the middle of a makeover montage for Raven.
Yes. Yes.
I thought you said
Yeah,
it.
I
I thought you were gonna say a makeout montage.
No.
Not quite. No.
Jake, I did send you a quick text saying what's happened so far.
Oh,
tonight.
nice. Thanks. I'll read that.
Not much. We just started.
Yes. There were some visual difficulties instead of audio.
Difficulties is a nice word for it.
But hey, Liz reached
And-
their full Ko-Fi goal
Yeah.
for new computer
Oh
things.
yeah! Congratulations.
I'm getting a new setup.
And also, you know, like getting to witness Liz doing all like the window capture stuff was just exclusive behind the scenes look into how the stream works.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you,
You know,
ever
nothing
wanted
else.
to know what it looks like when a streamer does not know how to use Streamlabs, this is your top A1 destination to find that out.
Hey Jake, I'm not gonna say anything other than I have shenanigans planned that appeal specifically to Faustus. So just keep an
boy.
eye out. Keep an eye out. There's no way you're not gonna know when it's Faustus's time to be Faustus. So
That
just
doesn't
take
terrify
that
me at
with-
all.
It's just
You're saying-
that.
You're saying there's gonna be a cue, and when the cue happens, I need to jump to it, snap to attention.
If you want, if you feel pulled in that direction, but
Kirsten's just like,
Yes,
how
you
good
are.
at how good is
Okay.
Faustus at yes anding the situation?
Oh, I love.
it's more so how much can I count on Faustus to be Faustus?
Oh, 100% always.
Because I don't think that there's any way that Faustus is gonna pass this up. But
Nice.
if Faustus does, then I've learned something, and so has Renori. And Faustus has grown as a person.
Character growth in a D&D campaign.
Imagine.
In my Christian D&D
campaign?
campaign.
Who said Renori
Not
died?
on this Christian Minecraft server.
Renori
What?
didn't die.
How did
Wait, did Renori die?
No.
No, Renori didn't die.
Oh, it's just because you're not there on the
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
'Cause I yeeted you.
I'm invisible.
Todd casts Spare the Dying.
Excellent.
I also have Spare the Dying, actually.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right?
You told me that and when I used it.
Wait, yes, I do. It's in her book of secrets. Is that what it's called? Her tome of secrets. I don't know. I don't remember anymore.
The big
Oh, I
magic
have-
book with words in it.
The Pact of the Tome?
Yeah.
Are
I
you
was-
referring to your book of? I think it's called a Book of Shadows, actually, which is
Oh.
just ripped straight from contemporary witchcraft.
Nice.
Don't ask me why I know that.
You know
Uh,
what? Nothing.
Which part?
Like everything about you, Jake, tells me that you would know that. Like if I ever had a reason to ask, I think I would ask you first.
Here's my book of shadows.
Oh,
As it happens, and my altar to hell and Loki is out of frame.
Well, I have it as a
Awesome.
cantrip, so
yeah, mine is also a
You have-
cantrip. The Book of Shadows lets me learn cantrips from other people's
Spell
spell
lists.
lists. So,
don't
And
like-
ritual spells too. You can
Yeah,
copy ritual spells out of
uh-huh.
someone else's spell book. So
Yeah.
if Renori has any ritual spells,
I think everything is good on my end. I don't know. I can never tell when things are broken. Does everything look good?
it looks good.
It
I'm
looks
watching the
good.
stream and it looks
Yeah.
good.
Okay, cool.
We're
We
still
all look
like
great.
freeze framing, but it's fine.
Audio is good.
I'm learning to embrace my double chin. It's good.
Audio is good. That's what matters most.
You know what?
Stickier.
Because y'all are cool, I'm gonna probably never have to deal with this again because we have new setup money. So, you know, this is just gonna be like flavor, vintage, everything. It's gonna be wonderful. Okay, so coming
It's
back.
we're prepping for a glow up.
So coming back to the glow up, to the moment, to the montage. So Mona she kind of just like Raven looks at you. Breathe. And you see her like she's orchestrating her hands to mimic like the motion of breathing with some of the clothing in her hands, like just
Yeah, Raven's following her
okay.
with very wide eyes, just trying to make sure she's doing this right.
When she kind of like and then walks up to you and with the clothes in her hands, like takes her hands and puts them on your shoulders. Raven, relax.
Raven, like tries to relax her face to make it seem like she's relaxed, but like in her brain, she's still like, am I still not relaxing correctly? She's still very like nervous.
You are doing from DM to Raven. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Mona just kind of, she seems satisfied with the progression that you've made, and she just kind of, okay. So we're going to try a few things. I personally think the first try is going to be the charm, but we'll see. And you tell me what you like, and that's what you'll walk out with. And, Renori, can you roll me a perception check, please?
Okay.
Are these clothes
Oh!
first?
23.
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay, so I'm going to describe this first from Raven. Raven, essentially what happens, you blink and you are in a different outfit. You blink and there's just a shift of weight. Your shoulders rise a little bit as the heavy feeling of your cloak is removed from them. And your hair feels lighter, fluffier. And you feel different. And you look down and you see that you are different. You're wearing a brand new outfit. And we're going to get to that in a second. Renori, here's what you see. Are you still standing, or would you have taken one of the seats in front of this little platform?
I would take a seat.
Okay. Also, sorry if there's like random screaming or like horns or anything. I'm in New York.
New York be like that.
It'd be
Truly.
like that. Yeah, I can hear it through my
Sounds
headphones.
good to me.
Okay, so Renori, first of all, you take a seat, and in front of you are steaming like copper mugs, and you catch a wonderful whiff of something herbal, and it looks very inviting. How are you feeling about that?
I'm not gonna drink anything yet because I don't trust people easily.
That's fair. So
No.
That's fair. So the mugs are in front of you, and every once in a while you just catch a whiff of just this it basically like jasmine and just that's probably where the jasmine smell in the room is coming from, like from these mugs, right? You look up and you see Mona like trying to help Raven calm down, and then she leans in and says something to Raven, and it's because you see it that you know it happened, but you see Mona hold it's almost like a close-up magic trick. You see her hold shirt and pants up to Raven, and then she like, and when she pulls the hanger back, you see what Raven was wearing on the hanger. Her sort of close-fitting sheer outfit, but the heavy robes. And in front of you, we can now see what Raven is wearing. So she has a sort of like kind of like the classic pirate shirt, right? But it's open, so we got a little bit of a little bit of cleavage going on, and it's black, and around her waist like a half corset with some tight curvy pants and some very fashionable black boots with like a few like designs kind of embossed into the leather, and the heel has like a little golden rim on it. And Raven, as you're kind of like shifting and adjusting to the new outfit, it has plenty of pockets. And you do also have attached to the corset like a small belt with pouches for like components and such like that. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I just want to add like some of the details that I did send you earlier this week.
Yep, I figured. Go for it.
Because I was like, I want to do this, and this is her new outfit, and if I don't do this, I will cry.
Go for it. Yeah.
So yeah, the corset is a dark red maroon leather material, and the blousey shirt kind of like goes off of her shoulders a little bit. Her black pants have these like faux strappy buckle things that go around her thigh and kind of like emphasize like her butt a little bit. They're also like open and lace up the sides, and there's like a shiny black ribbon that laces up the sides of her pants. Her like little suede boots are have like velvet laces. And she has this new cloak that is only up to her hips. And on the inside is this dark blue crushed velvet. And on the belt, there's also like a little, like it hangs off of her belt, and it's almost like, like how dads have the holster for their cell phones on their belts for no reason.
Yes.
It's that, but for her,
Yes,
it's that, but kind of for her Book of Shadows. So it like rests on her belt so that she can just like access it anytime she needs to. And I think that's all I wrote that was missed.
Yes. Cell phone clip, but make it sexy. So,
Yes.
Raven, you kind of, the mirrors are right behind you, like the trifold mirror, so you're able to kind of like do a little turn. And Mona kind of looks at you and she gestures and she hangs up, like you see her hang up like your former robes and everything on like a little hook that's like right by the mirrors. And she goes, well,
Raven stares at her reflection in the mirror, and her eyes start welling up with tears because this is the first clothing items that she's owned that she hasn't stolen or like has been given to her, but like she's bought and owned for herself. And so she's kind of like, she like chokes back the emotion a little bit in her throat, and she kind of just goes, yeah, I like it. And kind of like reaches
really
out her.
Hot. You look really hot.
I would agree.
She's like her face is so hot right now, but she's just like, thank you. And she like reaches for her old robe because she does want to keep it. And
Yeah.
like grabs it and like hugs it to her chest a little bit. She's like a little self-conscious now that people are staring at her.
Renori's definitely like with her mouth open a little bit, just like, okay, Mona, come through, and okay, Raven.
Darling, may I just say, you look fantastic. How we feeling? Also, please remember that on my stream, you are like definitely frozen. So if you make facial expressions, accompany them with words for the people watching.
Yeah, that's what I just tried to do. Renori's just like in awe, eyes wide, like, oh, Raven, like literally just fawning over how beautiful Raven is. Not that she wasn't aware of that before, but just kind of like celebrating her in this moment. And waiting for her opportunity to ask for what she's looking for.
Okay.
Uh, Raven kind of like realizes and uh I can't look at chat. I'm sorry. Just moving by
Don't do
to
it.
turn
Don't.
over.
I covered
There's
it.
just
Yeah.
absolute chaos going on.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look. I'm not looking. Whatever it is, I don't
Don't
need
look.
it.
Don't do it.
Mm-mm.
Don't do it.
Raven kind of suddenly realizes, panicked a little bit. She turns to Mona and goes, "Oh, how much am I gonna have to pay for all of this?"
Um, and she looks you up and down. She looks back at the rack and she goes, just hold for a moment, and clacks her way over to the tent opening. And she's like sticks her head out of it. And Vernori and Raven, you have like a moment where she's away from you. Are you saying or doing anything?
Raven kind of looks at Renori and she's just like, um, do is this how clothes shopping work?
No, not normally. I think everything to do with Bullseye is weird. But this
Okay.
is a better experience.
Raven just nods silently, taking that in. And that's it. That's where she
Okay.
leaves that.
So after Mona goes over to the doors, she not the doors, but like the tent flaps, and she turns back around to you and she goes, well, normally it would be a pretty penny, but because it's on Ripley's tab, you can walk out free of charge. And then her eyes slide over to you, Renori, and she goes, is it your turn, or are you just here to watch?
I
In a sexy way?
don't
Like in a hot way?
normally I don't normally just watch
At night?
so y'all God, Kristen is blushing in real life.
Scott's not here, Kristen. He left.
Well, I'm actually blushing because of what I have to do in character, so
Oh, wonderful. That's even better.
Nice.
Gonna happen.
Also, my freeze frame on Twitch, I would really appreciate if it updated just a little bit. Anyway.
No, only Chris and Drake get to move.
Yeah, apparently.
This is sexism.
Yeah, this is terrible. Okay. My face. It's just my face. I'm anyway. Renori is going to kind of stutter a little bit. She's gonna look awkward and kind of like be rubbing her arms a little bit, whereas, moments ago she was completely ready to hype up Raven and be all about that. Now that the attention is on her, she's uncertain and shy, and she goes, okay, well, I am looking for something. I like my outfits. I don't want to change that. But I'm looking for something that I would maybe wear that most people wouldn't see or get to see. Um,
Darling, are you requesting lingerie or an evening outfit?
Timid apparel?
uh, the first one that you said is it, I think.
Raven's face is now absolutely like neon blushing.
Aw.
Like if blushing could somehow be a neon font, that is what's going on on Raven's face.
You two are adorable. Is your friend welcome for the fitting?
If she wants to be.
I Raven's curiosity is peaked to like 50 billion. So she'll like just be like she'll just silently nod and make a noise of like and like because she would not be able to speak.
Fair.
Okay, well, help yourself to the tea if you'd like. And Renori, she extends a hand to you. She goes, okay.
I don't know about the tea, by the way. Like Renori will just like
Let me
be... Oh no.
Uh-oh. Are we good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Everything on my end just made like a horrible screeching noise, so that's fun.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
And Liz, I'm
Amazing.
just texting you a picture. Anyway,
I love pictures.
Nice.
So Raven is
Correct.
going to cast Purify Food and Drink
Spicy exchange.
on the tea, and it's going to take her 10
Oh, I
minutes
thought it was going
because
to
she
be on
has
the
to do
lingerie.
That's a lot to process.
Okay.
We're gonna move on.
Purify Food and Drink on the tea. It's going to take her 10 minutes because it is a ritual spell, but she's just going to be doing it.
This is gonna wait to have the tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Renori will go, like, follow Mona's lead or whatever.
Okay, so she extends her hand and you take it and like with Raven, you feel the cold press of her rings as she guides you over to the little pedestal to stand on. And you stand on it and you can see your reflection multiplied 3 times behind you in the trifold mirror. And she kind of does a sort of look like a once over, but much more gentle than when she first laid eyes upon you. And she goes, give me a deep breath. Center yourself a bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, when you're fitting an outfit, it tends to be different. You want to wear something that makes you feel like the kind of person that you are. But intimate apparel is a different approach. You should always feel confident in your own skin, not only in just what you're wearing, but that when it comes off, you feel better. You feel empowered. You seem not meek, but reserved. This seems to be a big event for you. So, I have a few suggestions, and you let me know which one is more your style. And she clacks over to the rack, and you see her pick up, like, the rack when she first went over there for Raven seemed to have mostly, like, shirts and dresses and pants. It is now all lingerie. And she goes through it and picks up, there's a few. You see a black one, red, a white, and then she goes, and turns away from it. And she's like, I don't think this one's going to be quite a fit, but I do think the color would be stunning on your skin. And she passes you, like, holds up this white, lingerie set towards you. It's like a baby doll style shirt, so it frames the breasts and then like fans out to be kind of open, and it has like a sort of light fluffy like trim on it, and then matching like stockings and underwear and everything, right? And the same thing that happened with Raven happens with you. It is suddenly on you, and your clothes are on the hanger, and she puts it onto that little hook that's like hanging right near the mirror.
Yeah.
As soon as that happens, Raven looks directly at the tea. Like she's just like, this tea is taking a while to get the spell on it. Like she feels like she shouldn't be looking at Renori. She feels like that would be rude.
Renori's gonna turn towards Raven and be like, does this feel bridal? It feels bridal. I don't like that.
Raven's just like, you shouldn't. If you don't like it, then no.
But
She failed to form an actual sentence.
What? But like, what do you? Okay. Renori's just like, that was not the best advice I've ever received, but I'll take it because Raven seems to be going through something. I don't know what.
Okay.
Raven is going to pick up the tea, right? She imagines there's still a little bit of time left for
Yes.
the purify food and drink to
In a few
go. So
minutes.
she's gonna like walk over to the rack and kind of like look through them without touching anything.
Okay.
She's casting Mage Hand though to like slowly and like subtly move everything so she could get a full look.
Okay. So I'll describe what you see in a second. So, wait. Oh, why does it say Faustus for the mage hand? That's not right. Try it again.
Hilarious. It's supposed to, it even says our Mage Hand.
Yeah, well, that's cool. That's whatever. I'll fix it later. That's that one brain cell.
It's fine.
So, you, okay, so we'll come back to you second, Raven, and I'll describe what you see. So, Renori. You get a good look at yourself in the mirror, and Mona makes like a few humming noises as she regards you and taking in what you said. She goes, bridal, I can see that, I can see that. And she does the same thing in reverse. And in the place of what you were just wearing, another set appears.
Right?
Yes, okay. You are not yes. In the set, like in the place of the set you were wearing, another set appears. This one is red and much more risque. And there's just there's like a lot of straps, and I'm trying to describe this in a way that won't get my channel in trouble.
Yeah, you're good.
A lot of straps, a lot of silver, a lot of heart-shaped buckles, and a matching choker.
I hate this. I hate this. I don't want this. I hate this.
Understandable. I apologize. Still trying to get to know your style. This is a very different process than clothing. And one more time.
I don't know my style either.
It'd be like that. One more time. And you look down, and on your body is now black. And this set is much more form-fitting. I think a bit more simple. It's sheer, but it has like these lace designs running through it, and like a plunge neck here. And then you have also the underwear set and some stockings that just extend down, and they're very soft, and it's overall very comfortable, and in its simplicity, quite flattering as well.
Yes, this is better.
Give it a twirl. Give it a twirl.
She'll twirl reluctantly, and I'm not saying that there's resources and character pictures for our party, but there are. Just for TOS's sake.
Thank you so much, because that would not be safe.
Exclusive content.
Yeah. Subscribe on Fanhouse. Just kidding.
I'm not putting that on Fanhouse.
When Fanhouse becomes OnlyFans.
Just
only
subscribe.
Fanhouse.
But subscribe on Fanhouse anyway. So Yeah, so Renori will happily take the piece of intimate wear that is black and sheer and lacy and has garters and stockings and such.
Yes. Okay, real quick, Maya, if you want to do me a favor and add a fan house command, that would be so cool. Thanks. If you can't, just like message me and I'll do it after stream. But yeah. Um, so this feels wonderful, Renori. Kind of like what Mona was describing when you first started fitting your outfits. By the way, Raven, your tea is purified now.
Cool. Raven takes like a small sip.
Okay. We'll have that
Renori like
experience.
waters. Renori is, by the way, the minute that we go through the tea experience, she is like watching the tea situation. On
Okay,
pins and
so
needles.
we'll get to that in 1 second. So Renori, there's a sort of gentle confidence in it because you're wearing something that, while not your normal sort of style, and you feel almost sort of exposed, you also feel very comfortable. It doesn't do it enough justice, but you feel set. There's something really wonderful about looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing something that makes your heart content. And this set is made for you. Raven. So as Renori is kind of flipping through the sets, right, you're looking at the rack and sort of tilting through the different sets there with your mage hand, and you see quite a few. I'm actually gonna roll for it because there's a lot. Let's see which ones catch your eye. And okay, so the first one you see is mostly black leather. Pretty similar to the red set that Renori had on, but in black. Lots of straps, not a lot of fabric. You see another one in this sort of beautiful shiny gold that looks very delicate, and it's like a two-piece sort of situation. And then you see something else. It's a green, like a rich green, and you see it has like a cape. Like you see this, like almost like the straps where it would go onto the elbows and kind of drag on the floor behind you, but it looks very similar to what Renori is wearing for all other purposes.
Raven has interest in like the gold-ish one
Okay, so
and like takes another sip of the tea.
the tea is wonderful. It's quite warm outside, like not really a day for warm drinks, but as you take this sip, it's like just from the core, you're warm, in a very pleasant way. And the taste is very refreshing and the scent is very delicate, and you just like there's just in the same way that when your cloak came off, like a weight lifted from your shoulders, these sips also drop something from your shoulders. And it's a very nice experience, very comfortable.
And this is after it's been purified, right?
Yes.
Raven did cast Purify on it, yes.
I really want to know what it does if you don't purify it.
Oh, she did it on like the whole thing.
Oh.
Like, so yeah, there's no more like unpurified tea.
Damn it!
Sorry.
It's okay.
She was trying to be considerate.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. All right. How's the tea?
It's nice. But she like thinks back to like when Fishhook made her that tea, and she's just like, that's still her favorite. But she's just like, it's nice and warming.
Are you feeling weird?
I feel warm, but tea is hot. So
So true, bestie.
Okay. So it's not making you feel like any kind of different emotions or anything?
I feel
Can-
calmer. What it
I'm just trying to assess if I need some tea. but I think I need something that's more along the lines of liquid courage than I do calming
I have some of
tea.
that if you'd like it.
You want to spike it?
That could.
So Mona like clacks over to the table, Raven, and I should give this table a little bit more justice. So it's like a dark wood table, and the top of it's reflective, not quite a mirror, more of like a silvery kind of material. And you can see like your face in it and everything like that, right? So she clocks over to the table. I know you're over by their back, so you can see this. It's pretty close to you. She leans fully over the table and pulls out a small drawer, and she pulls out a bottle of something brown and expensive, and with a clawed thumb pops the cork, and into the main pitcher, just pouring it in.
I suppose I will try whatever that is.
You see her kind of bring it up to her nose and take like a cautionary like waft. She nods in approval, and you see her take like the mug that was for you that you haven't tried yet, but then she pours what's in the pitcher into that mug as if there was nothing in there. And then she clacks her way back over to you and passes you the mug, and she goes, "Let me know what you think."
All Renori will take it like in both of her hands and like look down at it. What does it look like?
Okay, so it's like this. What's the color? It's like almost like a pink, like a rosé color, but a little darker. There are a few flowers floating on the surface, and it smells pretty much the same, but you do catch the slight tinge of like a liquor, like whiskey, probably.
Okay. Renori will sip on it. Do I need to make like a constitution saving throw? What does it taste like?
So you have an experience. You catch the warmth of tea first, and then
mind you, I just want to paint this picture clearly that I get to have this experience standing in front of Raven in lingerie.
Yes.
So just thank you, everyone.
So you catch the warmth of the tea, and that guides you in, and then kind of coming from a different angle is not sharp, but the bitter note of a whiskey and something. How to describe this in words? It's like really flowery and nice, and there's almost like a woody kind of like smoky taste that follows afterwards. And it's nice. It's very smooth. And
Raven uses Mage Hand to pour herself a new cup with the alcohol now in it.
Okay.
And she takes a long sip.
Raven, you have the same experience as the tea flavor hits you first, and then the alcohol joins in later.
Nice.
Okay. Renori will like react a little bit because she's not had much alcohol in her life. I would say maybe once. So this is still a fresh experience for her. But she finds that she enjoys it and keeps sipping. And will then turn to Raven and be like, so, 1, how do I look? 2, are you shopping still?
Raven like spits a little back of the tea into her cup a little bit because she wasn't expecting to be asked what her opinion was. And she's also like, oh shit, I have to look at boobs. So so Raven just sort of looks at Renori and isn't quite sure where she's allowed to like rest her eyes. So she kind of like quickly looks back down at her tea, and she's like, "You look really nice. You should get it." And I don't know if I'm um and then she just downs the rest of her tea.
It'd be like that. Can you do me a
Um,
Constitution saving throw, please?
I nervously, well, where did my D20 just go? Hello?
Also, I fixed the mage hand thing,
Oh,
so
it's right
it
here.
should be
Okay.
accurate now.
hell yeah.
Guys roll so poorly. Okay. A 9.
So, the first sip is really nice, and the second sip is really nice, and by like about the seventh, like you're just chugging it right now, and it's really good. When they say liquid courage, it definitely matches the experience you're having right now because you are solidly like approaching drunk.
Mm.
Not Renori and Raven leaving shopping at pop-up Target Bullseye drunk.
And it's been yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and so she finishes it, puts her cup down back on the saucer, and it's like a little too hard, right? But it doesn't break it. And she's just like, I'll take it. Referring to the lingerie set.
The gold one.
Yeah.
Okay, so she kind of Mona like looks at you and she chuckles a little bit. She goes, "You're all right there, love."
He like Raven takes like a deep breath. And she's like, yes. And she drunkenly just casts Mage Hand again to pour more tea in her cup.
Can you do me a sleight of hand, please?
Or I don't know what my sleight of hand even is. Okay. A nat 20.
Oh my god. Okay, you know how when someone's like, "You're drunk," it activates this rage at the back of your head, and you're like, "No, I'm not." Like, shut up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You hone in on that, and very steadily, and almost like a perfect bartender, like away from the glass and back close, you pour out more.
Yeah. Raven is very much liking this feeling that she's has now. And so she is drinking. She takes another drink, but like slowly is drinking it, but she's taking a long ass sip,
Literally
right? To
drunk
the
on
point
power.
where it's like when like a toddler is drinking water out of a cup and they're just like breathing super hard whenever they swallow. So it's like like with every exhale. Right? So she like just and like slowly she's just like finishing it.
Mona laughs, and it's sort of like the sound is almost like the tinkling of bells, and it actually is accompanied by the slight jingle of like the jewelry on her horns. And she goes, "Oh, okay. Um, would you like to wear it out, or do you want it packaged up?"
And then Raven's just like she points at the laundry confused. This?
Yes, you can wear it under your clothes or no clothes. It's up to you.
Can you put my clothes back on over me? Thank you.
I'll just wear
Like this
this.
under.
Right? As she points to the new outfit that she's wearing, she's just like, I'll just wear this.
Okay. So first, Mona's gonna take care of Renori first. So she and Renori, though you still have the set on, over it, your clothes have returned to you along with all of your belongings. And Raven, she makes her way over to you, takes the lingerie set off of the rack, and she gives it a good look. And she looks at you, she looks back at it, and she goes, "Just one moment." And she puts it back on the rack. And she strides kind of parallel to the rack towards like the back of the tent, and between blinks you're also kind of almost drunk, so like it's not, you see it, but questioning your reality isn't really happening right now. You spot more flaps, like tent flaps, and she walks through them, and in a millisecond she's back, and in her hands, like that green set that you see this like golden, almost like a train, but it shimmers and shifts in the light. And she goes, just thought this might be nice for you. You don't have to wear it. Not everyone's a fan of capes, but I think they're sexy. And she folds it over her arm and picks up the lingerie set and also folds that under her arm. And in her other hand, you see, it's like, like those garment bags that you zip down?
Yeah.
She, takes it and she kind of puts it over this hanger, and then she starts zipping it up. She goes, sorry to disappoint, just hold on. Unzips it again, and she takes the cape back and snaps, and it's gone in a rush of flame. She goes, I'm sorry, I forgot, capes are out. No capes. And finished zipping it up. And then passes it back to you. You now have acquired golden lingerie.
I'm just gonna put that in my inventory real quick.
Oh my god.
Renora, you may also add lingerie to your equipment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Can I help you ladies with anything else?
No, I'm good to go, and Renori will drink the rest of her drink in one.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Yeah, I figured.
Raven is asking Mona, what was the stuff that you put in this?
Oh. You know Infernal. Because Tiefling, right? Yes.
I don't.
Renora, you don't.
Raven, I would know Infernal.
Raven, so she says something to you which you understand to mean an infernal, like it's just like hissing, almost gasping sort of word. And essentially it's like whiskey, but it's a specific kind of whiskey that most tieflings that are kind of in the shady part, like it's a very expensive drink with people with expensive tastes. But usually high class folks in the tiefling circles have a hold of it, or they pass it down as gifts, or people steal it. You recognize the taste and probably the look of the bottle, but when it's mixed with the tea, you didn't recognize it at all. Renori, she says something that sounds like double words.
Yeah. I rolled an 18, by the way.
Okay. You feel the liquor hit you, and you take a steadying, almost shuddering kind of breath, and you make your way through the rest of the mug, and you're definitely buzzed, but you're pretty good to go. You've got the courage going on.
Do I need to... Hey, Raven, does Renori need to help you out of the tent?
I'm okay. And then she just sort of like beelines ungracefully to the exit.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Actually, she goes the wrong way first and then corrects herself and goes the right way.
You hear the gentle tinkling again as Mona laughs, and she goes, well, visit again.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay. And Renori will, like, be following behind Raven, trying to make sure that Raven doesn't go the wrong way again and, like, leave with
Ripley... I'm assuming she's still outside.
Yeah, you push through the tent flaps. To the sunlight is almost harsh now that you've been in this dim lighting. And you catch the whiff of the salty air and the faint caw of gulls that are about. And Ripley's like right there against the railing. She's like the first thing you see as you stumble out into the light.
Raven is going to like try her best to like grasp at like Ripley's shoulders, but she can't, so she's just like kind of grabbing her biceps and her like arms. She's like, your friend is so nice, thank you. And then she like leaves immediately, heading in a different direction.
Roll me an insight check with disadvantage. Actually, you know what? Roll it straight.
First time Sarah's done anything straight, am I right?
Oh man, thank God, yo. Proficiency in insight. It's a 12.
Okay, so you
I rolled so bad.
you're not really paying attention to Ripley, honestly, but like you're not quite gone enough where you're not making irrational decisions. Like, you're at this point where you feel like you're both probably gonna die in the next few minutes, but also you have like full access to all 100% of your brain. And in the fleeting seconds or maybe hours that you grab Ripley's shoulders, you see she's like very, like, you recognize that she's blushing when you grab her arms. And then you like you just, but you're gone. Like, you start walking away.
Okay.
But you definitely, like, that stuck out to you for a second.
Raven turns around, because she has no filter anymore,
What
and
do you
she
mean?
just goes, she just turns and looks over her shoulder, and she goes, "Did you say anything different? You look cuter," and then like just keeps going. She like leaves.
I no.
I mean, Ripley, I know Raven means it because, and Renori just like gestures at Ripley, but then goes, Raven's also super drunk, so
Oh, right.
she means it, but it's true. You look wonderful, but also just
Thanks.
let's make sure Raven doesn't fall off the side of the boat.
Good call. Hey, Raven, can you do me a
Yeah.
dexterity saving throw, please?
Oh, shit!
Man.
Don't give me the number
Oh,
yet.
yeah, 20.
Not
Oh,
20.
sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. We'll just do it now. So, the boat is moving, and you are drunk.
She's somehow more dexterous.
But you have accessed all 100% of your brain. And you are just clicking
Limitless.
in the heels. Boom. Like, you're walking better than you do when you're sober. And
Nice.
we're going to come back to you in a second.
That tracks.
I want to go over and visit Tide. Tide, what are you up to? It's a new day.
So I kind of wish I had went first because mine is much less adventurous, I guess. Tide is, he's not doing anything specific. He's gonna stay up on the deck for most of the time that he's awake. But what he wants to do is he wants to hang out with Brienne, but he knows he can't really talk to her because he doesn't speak Goblin. So he's basically going to spend the time like shaping water like back and forth with her, and he does this like sitting like crisscross on the deck, and it's in a very like older brother type of way.
That's so awesome.
Where he just like he wants her to feel comfortable, but he also can't communicate with her at all, and doesn't think to ask Renori or ask Boomstick or anybody who could possibly speak Goblin to do this.
That's fair.
And help him. So he's just going to be sitting there, and like I would imagine the first day he like seeks her out and does it, and then kind of every day in succession from then on kind of goes there and kind of goes to that location and waits, and just like hangs out and just goofs around with her and helps her like be more in control of the shaping water and everything.
Okay, so you'll see this kind of progress over the week of travel, but this first day, Brienne seems very excited. Like, she's very bouncy when you go to get her. She says a lot in Goblin, and then you see the realization on her face. But when you shape water to like toss it to her, like you see, like you summon it first, and she sees it and kind of recognizes what you want to do, and you play catch with her in the most wholesome event of the century. And over the week, she seems to. It's not that she's bad, but you see her get more control and she starts like showing off. Like, at one point, she like winds the water behind her back before she throws it over to you. She's making shapes with it, like turning it into different animals and things like that before she like tosses it your way. It's very sweet. And you go to the spot every day, right? And it's not a guarantee that she'll be there, but every day, without fail, she seeks you out. Do you have anything else dedicated you wanted to do right now?
Nope, he's just vibing.
Nice. We love it when Tide is vibing. Faustus. So, how we doing? What's up? What's going on in Faustus's world?
I think Faustus is probably just hanging out on deck while all this is going on. And
Okay.
he's got his daggers out and he's just kind of like shadow boxing through like forms and patterns with his knives and like just sort of like lightly stepping across the deck and lunging forward and then backing up and like doing little blocks and pirouettes and stuff.
Okay.
Just sort of dagger practicing.
Can you roll me a perception check?
I sure can.
Terrifying things your DM says.
That is only a 12.
That's enough. As you're going through your forms and everything, and the day as the day shifts, of course, your shadow shifts as well. So you start scooting to accommodate more space, so you can get a better view. Even though you don't necessarily need it, it's just comforting to have the sight beneath you, right? And you, as you're going, catch sort of a whiff. Not a whiff. That's for smells. You catch like sounds of similar exertion to yours, and as you look up into the side, you see Tessa doing something similar. She's taking her staff, and in practiced, disciplined strikes, 1, 1, 2 over her head, and then she would go and like reset. And she seems just as focused as you are.
I will make note of that and kind of just side eye her form and like
Okay.
and just kind of like
Or
be
form.
impressed by the proficiency. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sort of a professional appreciation. You know?
Yeah. She's very she's very disciplined in her movements, like in the same way a dancer doesn't flinch and they appear to move perfectly gracefully. It's the same sort of situation.
Oh.
Um and Maya, can you ban Chris? Just ban him. Just ban him.
Sorry, I reacted out loud.
No, you know what? It's okay, because I probably should have. God damn it, Jake. Thanks, Kristen. So that's so good. Okay, so that's as you progress through the day in your practice. That's you catch Tessa working similarly, and her hair has been like pulled up into sort of like a curly poof, and you see some of the curls are like falling out as she moves, but she seems very determined in her motions. Raven and Renori. Actually, let's go to Renori really quick. Did you have anything else dedicated that you wanted to do today?
During the daytime? No.
That's what I thought.
Night.
Raven,
At
how about
night?
you?
Raven is like chaotically pinballing around the ship, trying to find like anybody that she knows and is friends with. So like whoever she runs into first is just going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Renori will keep an eye on Raven for a little while and like,
Yeah, so if she like
follow.
runs into Tide or something first, she's just gonna be like, because Tide is on the deck, right?
Yes, Tide is on the deck, so you would definitely see him.
Yeah, so Renori will essentially follow Raven around and translate for everyone that Raven has
Damage
had a lot
control.
of drinks. But she will be keeping an eye out for Casper while doing this.
So
Um,
Raven will kind of like, without regard for a lot of like physical boundary, will just like come up from like behind Tide and like just put like a hand on his shoulder and she'll be like, Tide, look, I have new clothes. And then she'll like start spinning. Which
Tide?
is ill-advised.
She's had a lot of drinks, Tide.
I'm gonna roll because Tide is such a himbo. I am gonna roll insight with disadvantage to see if he can tell that you've changed clothes or not.
Oh my god.
Now he has a
no, wait.
+7.
No, it's not. You know what? It would be perception with disadvantage, not insight.
Even better because he has a worse perception.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Okay, so I got a 2 with +4, so he got a 6.
Raven wears a lot of black. You think her clothes are less flowy, maybe, but also you're not sure if she's actually changed at all.
The most obvious thing is that she's wearing pants now, but like that's it.
Is that
He
obvious?
hasn't been wearing
Raven?
pants this whole time?
No, she's been wearing like a dress.
Like Pooh Bear?
Alright, listen, y'all.
Tide. So Tide has no idea.
Cool.
He looks over and he's like, "Okay."
Raven is so sad that she didn't get any reaction.
For the record,
so
Tide. For the record, Tide. Raven looks really hot and has a great new outfit. And yes, she's drunk, but that doesn't mean that her outfit is any less amazing.
Oh, that's great! Congrats.
Oh,
Faust
And
just
he's
lines up
sitting,
next to
so he's
Renori
looking
and just
up.
says, I heard Raven looks really hot. What's going on?
Well, look at her.
Raven is like already really warm from the alcohol, but she's just like the neon blush font is back on her face. And she's just she gets a lot shyer. She's like, I got new clothing that's more practical for adventures.
New clothes and a lot of alcohol. That's what Raven got. Yeah.
Where did you get new clothes and a lot of alcohol on
Ripley.
the ship?
And her friend Mona, she emerged from the tent
You
in the
went
tablet.
shopping and drinking and you didn't invite me.
I didn't know Renori was. And then she just grabs Faustus's hands. She just grabs Faustus's hands and she just goes,
Favorite rocket ship? Going through the skies.
Little Einstein.
Anyway.
She grabs Faustus's hands and just goes, do you want to come next time? Her eyes are like wide. She like genuinely feels bad that he feels left out.
Yes, I want to come next time.
For the record, Raven, I wouldn't have wanted to try on lingerie in front of Faustus, so I'm glad it was just us.
From
that happened.
From behind you, you hear, I heard lingerie. What's up? And Tessa's behind you. And she is glistening with sweat.
Oh, and Raven unzips her bag and she's like, look! And she like shows the one.
No.
I thought you were going to say your shirt.
That she bought.
So, okay, Tessa kind of like looks at, you're showing her the lingerie set. So she's like, oh, I love the color. It's going to look lovely on you.
Yeah, and then like Raven realizes how good is she at this? Yeah, she's pretty good. She like kind of stops what she was gonna say a little bit, and she's just like, yeah, and she like quickly stuffs it back in and zips it back up. She realizes what she's done. But I also got new clothes.
Yeah, Renori's me remembering that I'm frozen on stream. a lot. Renori's gonna gesture like towards Raven and just like be a quiet like hype woman, like, yeah, look.
You look great, Raven. It really suits you.
Thank you.
Oh, wearing pants now.
Yeah.
You know the
Whoa.
anime sweat drop head hang kind of
Yes.
thing? Like that's gonna be Renori in response to Tide right now, just like, oh.
That's gonna be so much easier to swim.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Good call.
She and then Raven looks at Tessa and she goes, I really you look pretty and I just thought that it would be more practical to wear something like this. So yeah.
Um, thank you. That's quite sweet. Um, well, I'm glad you chose practicality in a way that suits your style. Can you do me an insight check, please?
Another 12.
Wait. I want to give guidance to her, so you add a D4.
Oh, yay.
I'll kind of grab your not your leg, but like your ankle, basically, to give you guidance.
My ankle?
Oh, you've been sitting
He
the whole
leans,
time.
I'm sitting.
kneels down. He kneels down. He's just like,
I thought you
Yeah, Tide-
leaned down to grab her ankle.
No,
I'm
Ty's
so
been sitting this entire time, not really paying attention.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's gonna like grab, because he wants to like grab your leg, but like not in a sexual way. So he just kind of like grabs your ankle, like, don't fuck this up.
Not in a sexy way. Got it. So, what's the number?
15.
Okay, so Raven, you're looking at Tessa and formulating conclusions about the way she looks at you, and a hand clamps around your ankle, and you kind of like look down and you see Tide giving you a very pointed stare, and you take another closer look at Tessa's face before you make the decision to respond however you do, and you do catch that in the second that you turn away from her and look back, that she's eyeing you, and
A sexy way?
in a sexy way. But she's also got like a very gentle, almost like bashful smile on her face. But as soon as like you turn to look back at her, like she's trying to play off that she was looking at you that way.
Raven is like very flustered at this like kind of realization. And so she's just like she's like, I don't I again, so like you're very pretty and yeah, I just the pants are very helpful. I think that it'll be good for like climbing and things. And like and then the new spell components and stuff. And like, look, I have a new place for my dagger. And like from behind her back, she just whips out this dagger. She's like, it's really nice. And she realizes she's just like pointing this dagger at her now. And she just
Just like,
she just puts it back quickly. And she's just like, so yeah, it's really fancy. I've never had clothes before that were mine. But anyway, yeah, you and then she just looks at Faustus and she's just like, and then she looks back at Tessa and then she looks at everybody who's around and she's just like, I'm gonna and then she just goes
leaves.
to
Yeah.
a galley where Fishhook would be.
okay.
Renori like is embarrassed for
Are you still
Raven
falling off?
by the end of that.
Is she still falling off the ship drunk?
She's visibly
Probably.
intoxicated,
Yeah, she's
but she's not falling over.
Mhm.
And
The
Renori is
embarrassment
like,
is sobering her up.
oh god, yeah. Renori is like
No, no,
slightly,
don't remind me that happens.
slightly tipsy, but not like, not as far as Raven.
Mhm.
So Renori's definitely more relaxed than normal, less uptight. We'll put it that way.
You okay? So yeah, so you're making your way to the galley then. All right.
Hey, mommy.
Tide, Brienne, you and Brienne are pretty occupied. Like as soon as you gave that stare, you were able to kind of start back up if that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So Faustus, you are alone with Tessa.
But you learn to fight so well with that staff.
She sort of takes it and slings it across her shoulders and hangs her arms off of it, like, family training back home. How about you?
Oh, we just picked up little pieces here and there from different people.
Commendable to be able to
Can
teach
Raven
yourself.
then like at one point I really want her to just burst in, except she now has whatever food Frishhook
Oh my
had
god.
made
Oh
for lunch
no.
and she's just eating it. She has more in Mage Hand like following her too.
Okay, so we'll come back to you in a second because it's gonna take you some time to get there.
Is this also happening still right next to me?
Unless Faustus would have moved Tessa like away, yes.
Okay.
So Faustus, did you move Tessa away? Or?
After they're conversing about where they learned their skills, he just says, "Care to spar?"
Sure. Weapons
He
or
squares
no?
up.
He squares up. Weapons or no?
I prefer weapons. I have some dulled knives for practice as well.
Okay. And she takes her staff down and she gives it a few twirls before she assumes her form. All right. Let's spar. Roll initiative.
Tide is gonna move Brienne away from this.
That's fair. She doesn't understand.
Protect the innocent.
She doesn't understand a word
Now
you're saying.
that Chris knows how old Brienne is, he's just like, I'm gonna protect the child.
Wait, I've gotta get in on this really quickly. So Renori didn't walk away yet, so I am still also
Okay.
like in the area, and I'm gonna notice Tide wanting to move Brienne away, and I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna put my hand on Tide's arm, and only because Renori is slightly tipsy is she able to do this. But with confidence instead of shame, Renori goes, "So by the way, I speak Goblin. That was a detail that I forgot about myself. But I now know that I speak Goblin."
Okay.
And then I'll turn, and then Renori will turn to Brienne and in Goblin say, "Hello, I made a mistake. I speak Goblin."
Oh my, this is wonderful.
Oh,
It's been difficult not being able to communicate with anyone, but this is excellent news. Who taught you?
Well, come to find out, I have known for, it's not a new development. I just don't speak it often. I forgot. But I learned it back at my wizarding school.
That
We were required to learn 4 languages, and that was one of the ones I learned.
interesting. Okay, well, I'm just grateful to be able to be understood. What's happening?
Rex, am I right?
We're gonna move a little. Well, Tide actually wants you two to get away from this fight that's about to happen. But
Oh.
I personally am gonna stay right here and watch up close.
Okay. And Tide, she looks at you with wide eyes.
She's waiting your direction, Tide. She's stoked that I speak Goblin. You know, and then I'll turn to Brienne really quickly and in Goblin say, Tide really likes you and cares about you. You should keep hanging out with him. And then Renori will turn back to Tide and say, you're good, you can go.
Okay.
You speak Goblin?
Tide, I thought we already went over that.
You said it.
Oh, well, yeah, I do. I speak Goblin. I forgot about it. I remembered. It's all good.
Okay, I'm gonna move now. And then Tidy's gonna signal Brienne to kind of move the opposite side of the boat. Just like if they're at the front, we're gonna move to the back.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm for sure gonna stay to watch. So.
Okay, that's fine. You can kind of Renori slide a little bit, like not out of the way as like you're avoiding them, but out of the way in terms of not to get smacked.
Yeah.
But you have a very
also still keeping an eye out for Casper, by the way.
Okay.
Still, like.
Noted. So Faustus, do you have that initiative?
I do. It is a 13.
Ooh, that's better. So here's what we're gonna do because I am lazy. We're gonna do 3 rounds, okay? And then 3 rounds, whoever does the most non-lethal wins. Is that good?
Nice. Yep.
Alright, so Tessa's gonna roll to hit first. Just, you know what, just go ahead and, you can just go ahead and do 3 attacks if you want, however you want, like whatever actions you want to do, just go ahead and cue them up in your head for like 3 times. And she's pretty much just gonna stick with whacking you. Does a 18 hit you?
It does.
Okay, so you both start in your, individual forms, you're kind of sizing each other up, and Tessa just, almost like in a graceful sort of flick, smacks you in the calf with her staff. You take one point of bludgeoning damage as it just, ouchie.
Okay.
And then she is kind of circling around you as she's watching you. Your turn?
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Okay, does a 19 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. That would be 7 damage.
Okay, so Tessa smacks with the staff, and it's less of a hit and more of just a controlled tap, like she's kind of testing the waters, right? But it hurts like a bitch, because it's like she kind of knocks the side of your shin. And as she draws back from that strike, you come in, and you get a good like smack on her arm with the flat of the blade, and she kind of curses and steps back, and she's going to she attempts to swing, kind of in a reaction to that, swing at your ribs, but the control slips, and instead her staff hits the ground. Go ahead with your second turn.
Okay. That is a 25 to hit.
Okay, so her staff falls, and it gives you a very good opening for her torso. Are you like, because these are like blunt blades, but they're definitely still knives. So how are you controlling your hits?
I would say for the sake of like, he's basically bringing the blade in, and it's kind of because with knives, it's like it's daggers specifically. It's more poking
Yeah.
motions, and so he's doing these little kind of controlled kind of fencing poking motions, but it's like getting a knuckle right to a pressure point. Like it's
Okay.
just like a hard poke, like if you were fighting with like sticks and you poked somebody with it, like it
A
would
hard
hurt, but it's
poke.
not gonna like a hard poke, just
A
a
hard
couple hard
poke in a
pokes.
sexy way.
Listen.
I gotta go.
I every day I wake up and you all say words to me. So Tessa, in her attempt to smack your ribs, her footing kind of slides a bit, and the front end of her staff hits the deck, and it gives you the perfect opening. And you get to 1, 2, 3 very quickly. Get like a couple pokes in. Damage? Question mark.
6.
Okay. She stumbles back, and you. I mean, it's up to you how you feel about it, but there's definitely like a blaze of annoyance in her eyes, and you see her like set her jaw. Okay. Does a 17 hit?
It does.
Okay. Does a 15 hit?
It does not.
Okay, so she sets her jaw and she slams you in the sternum with the end of her staff, and it kind of takes some of the wind out of you as you stumble back. And then she goes to get another hit in, like she's going to tap you on the side of the head. But you see that one coming, and as you recover, and you were able to throw up a forearm to block it. And now you're just kind of standing there like looking at each other. But it's your turn.
Hey, so I take that. How much damage was the hit?
It didn't. Oh wait, yeah, it did hit. That
The first one did, yeah.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I gotta find her dice because they're pretty. 6. Bludgeoning.
I will use my reaction to use Uncanny Dodge and have the damage.
Okay. So it does still make contact with you, but you're like kind of, you shift your body back as the staff comes forward, so that the hit is less forceful, and then you have the damage.
Continue that backward motion and get out of the way of the second strike.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of dance backwards and poise up again.
Okay.
And then for my action, I would like to use, or for my turn, I'd like to use my bonus action to use a new ability I got with the last level up.
Okay.
I took the feat telekinetic, and I can now, as a bonus action, attempt a shove that will push or pull someone 5 feet.
Ooh, go for it. Okay. She rolls to
Is this
contest that,
about to
right?
turn 6?
She is going to roll a strength saving throw with a DC of 14.
All right, I can do that. Yeah, that's gonna be a 19. So.
Darn. So I don't successfully pull her. So I was going to try to pull her 5 feet.
Okay,
But
so
that does not work. But she probably feels like a force, like tug from her, like towards me, like a pull. But she plants her feet and resists it.
yeah.
And then he just dances forward. She takes a swing and he ducks under it and comes up like right next to her with one blade like at the throat, but doesn't strike, and just leaves it like a millimeter from her throat.
Okay.
And just stops there.
She roll me insight.
Okay. That is only a 9.
Okay. You are very caught up in the fact that you just won. And then also how, like, the tension of it all. And you do notice there's a sort of shift in her expression and her demeanor, but you can't quite put your finger on what it is. And you see she kind of, like, smirks and huffs a little bit, like, neat tricks. Fair game. And she disengages from her pose and she offers you a hand to shake.
I extend a hand and shake her hand.
Okay.
Listen, I think you're muted.
So Faustus won?
Faustus did win. Yes. So,
And Kristen just made bank. And
We can't do
chill.
the redemption.
oh, on the
though.
prediction.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Because I'm a mod.
Dang.
Yeah.
That is.
Let it be known
hilarious.
only I believed in Faustus.
Oh man.
You know what? But I don't blame everybody else because Tessa just does
Ashley.
that to you.
True.
I'm still reeling. Okay.
So yeah, Faustus. She shakes your hand, and the staff. She kind of has like a holster situation going on with this, so she kind of sheathes it across her back.
And now be the time when Raven returns with food.
And that's what I was going to say.
Nice.
Faustus, from behind you, Raven approaches. And Raven, you have in your hands so first of all, when you went down to see Fishhook, he was already in the middle of making lunch, but he seemed caught up in something. But like seeing you see him visibly frightened.
Oh man, wait. So does that mean can this happen instead then that in true drunk person fashion, instead of getting any actual food, she just like gathers ingredients and just eats them like shreds of cheese or whatever?
So he was making like you've never really seen this kind of food before, honestly. It seems a little bit strange, but also could be good in theory. He's taking like dough, right? And he's putting this red sauce on it. And he's got some cheese that he's laid on it.
Oh
and
my
like
God.
some leaves and stuff like that. And it seems strange, but you also know that he knows what he's doing. But you see also right next to it, there's like some chopped up bits of cheese, some tomatoes, a few leaves of some sort of something, and like you're able to grab some of that.
Yeah, I will grab like she'll tentatively like take a piece of the cheese, eat it, and she'll just like not grab too much, but she'll just like grab a good amount of just like shredded cheese.
It is mozzarella. It's just important to me
nice.
that you know that.
Amazing. And she's gonna be like, "Oh man, this is so good." And just leave without saying like a word to Fishhook.
Okay. He kind of you feel his eyes on you as you go, but also you're not really thinking about it. And with Mage Hand in tow, you burst up onto the deck and you see Faustus and Tessa are the first faces you see. They appear to be like in some kind of conversation near the ship railing.
Yeah, so she approaches and then she offers them the cheese. She's like, "Guys, do you want some?"
Sure. Thank you. And she takes some of the cheese.
That cheese?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll take some.
Here.
Renori runs over.
Here. And then she just like uses Mage Hand to like bring the cheese over to her without her having to physically move. So it meets Renori halfway.
Renori, slightly tipsy, is just like overjoyed at the cheese.
I can live out my fantasy of eating cheese because in real life I'm lactose intolerant and I can't have it or it makes me feel very unwell.
I'm so sorry. I'm glad I could.
Thanks, Dungeons and Dragons. My cheese fantasies are coming true.
Dungeons and Dragons, where you can roleplay anything your dreams.
Most people use it to experiment with their sexuality. Jake uses it to finally be able to eat cheese.
I played a bisexual character a year before I realized I was bi, and then I played a non-binary character like a year and a half before I realized I was not.
Same with the bisexual character, so I understand.
Mood.
I was like, what if my character was bi? And I'm like, wait, this feels nice to be bi.
Speaking of dating sims, The Sims did that for me.
Pop off. Y'all are psychoanalyzing me, and I'm gonna need it to stop. speaking of stopping, we are going to take a very, very quick break. Thank you guys if you've been here. Sorry for like the
We
technical stuff at the
landed on
beginning.
cheese.
We are going to take a pause at the cheese. Real quick, just want to plug everything again. So we are trying to sub off Twitch here if you can. If you prefer to use Twitch to show your support, that's completely fine and it's totally appreciated. But also if you have the means, I do have a fan house and I also have a Ko-Fi, and if you'd like, that would be excellent ways to give to me, so that I can improve my setup and everything, and that we can have more experiences like this and I can upgrade them. So with that being said, we will be right back. Yeah, see you in a few.
We can't hear you, Dot.
Hi.
There we
Hi.
go.
Hit the mute button on my microphone. Immediately forgot
All
I did
good.
that. Yep. So, we come back to cheese. You are all on the upper deck. And Kristen, what the fuck? Okay. Accept a compliment. Okay. From Chris. You are an amazing DM who's not only created an incredible and detailed story world, but also introduced several strangers to each other, and now they are friends, and it's because of how you're able to create a safe and inclusive environment for all your players. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I work very, very hard to do that, and I'm glad that we all vibe together and that you guys are having a good time. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. So, we come back to cheese.
Yeah. So Raven is offering the cheese to Renori. She is between Faustus and Tessa.
Oh, I mean, I'm taking the cheese. Yeah, Renori takes the cheese and
Tessa
it's just
has
like
also
nom,
taken
nom,
the
nom.
cheese.
Okay.
Cheese was
Faustus
accepted.
took the cheese. Did Tide want any cheese?
Tide's not over here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Tide went
I forgot.
Mhm.
So Raven looks directly at Tessa, making direct eye contact, um, and just goes, "You truly are beautiful. You know that, right?" And like kind of like holds her breath a little bit, waiting for a response.
Um, thank you. Sweet.
Um, and then she uh she's just like, okay then, as long as you know. And her hands, her actual hand, brushes against, like the knuckles of it brushes against Tessa's hand.
Um, roll me insight.
I'm not.
A 9?
Yeah, I rolled a 2,
Oh, that's bad.
but it's +7 for a 9.
Okay. You are focusing so hard on trying to be normal that
Yeah, that
any
tracks.
helpful information about this interaction goes completely over your head. All you know is that her hand is there and she doesn't push you away. Your knuckles brush and there's no like she doesn't retract her hand at all. It's just a sort of almost mutual like that contact happens.
Um, Raven isn't going to let the fact that she's not necessarily inputting any of the reaction to this stop her. Um, and she is going to like inch her hand like further so that it's like in better hand holding position.
Okay. Um, are you going for it or are you just putting your hand there?
She's like slowly inching, but she's not going to make the full like hand holding effect. She's going to like leave it so that like if Tessa wants to, she could.
Okay. So your hand is sort of hovering there, and there, like, you feel Tessa almost like tense up because you're right next to her, and then very slowly a pinky interlocks with yours, and
Oh,
Excuse me?
Tessa looks up at you, and like kind of out of the corner of her eye, gives your hand like a little squeeze with her finger, and then lets you go.
Hot.
in what? Okay, I'm not gonna ask in what capacity because I don't want to actually know the answer to that.
Okay.
uh, and then uh, Raven is going to smile, but she's a little disappointed that it wasn't like a full handhold. And then she's going to look at Faustus, and like her other hand is going to start doing the same thing, but she's going to just poke the back of his hand.
Okay.
The back of my hand?
Yep.
You poked it?
She poked it.
Okay.
With what? Like just
Her
like reached
hand-
out
she
with
just-
like an index finger?
Yep. She just like kind of like poked like at your knuckle, kind of.
He just looks down, looks back. What are you doing?
Um, I she like feels her confidence deflating, but she's like determined to hold on to it. And so she's just going to go, what do you think I'm doing? And she's trying to sound flirty.
Can you do a performance check for me, please?
He is pretty drunk.
Yeah.
I wish
Is
I
that
could give you
advantage or
guidance.
disadvantage?
No,
Disadvantage?
For sure.
No, just do
Wait.
it straight. Just do it straight.
Okay.
I was kidding about whether or not it was advantage or disadvantage.
What is?
I'm, like,
Oh, why am I
intrigued.
so bad at math? A 12.
Okay. Okay, so Faustus, she sounds like she's got the like slurring of the words going on, but also she's like she got the flirtiness in there too.
I think this is probably a conversation we should have when you're not intoxicated, don't you?
Uh,
But she
Ray.
does feel a poke on the back of her hand, but his hands are still by his sides.
Oh, that's actually really cute. Or not, Chris.
My brain went somewhere else. It's fine.
Every day I wake up. So okay, so Tessa kind of clears her throat gently, and Raven, she looks at you for a few moments, and then Faustus, she holds your gaze as well. She goes, "Yes, I would very much appreciate that conversation at a different time."
Who says that? Tessa?
Tessa, yeah, and she's looking at both of you.
And Faustus is gonna misread her emphasis on conversation and be like, "Oh yes, a conversation." And he's like, he thinks it's euphemistic.
Stop. Okay.
He's jumping a few steps ahead.
So because Faustus misread and like so confidently answered, Raven's going to think that she misread what she meant by it and go with what Faustus said, and then sort of like look at him and be like, "Oh, am I gonna need this sooner than I thought?" And she like kind of like looks at her garment bag. And she realized she asked that question out loud. And then kind of just freeze in hopes that, like, you know, when you say or do something stupid and it's very obvious that people saw you do it, but you freeze anyway in hopes that, like, somehow
Like, you're just gonna go
stop
invisible.
moving, no one sees you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she does.
Faustus just stares and cocks his head and says, "Not too soon, I hope. I haven't been shopping yet."
And Raven, if it could be obvious that she melts, she's just like, you could almost feel the heat radiating off of Raven. That's how hard she's blushing right now.
Tessa looks at both of you, and there's a sort of an eyebrow raise, like a quick one, and she smirks
Like
a
this?
little. Yeah. And then she smirks a little.
This is like,
And at that point, what I'm going to do, Renori, bear with me. I did not forget what you wanted to do.
You're good.
With that being said, the day passes very smoothly into the evening, and this sort of motion of the up and the down and the side to side carries you into the sunset. And now, tonight is a different dinner atmosphere than usual. Something just feels livelier. Dinner passes relatively quickly. Nothing really particularly interesting happens. But after...
We're gonna blaze over the fact that apparently Raven didn't know what pizza was, and now we're having pizza.
Maybe.
I mean-
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is fair.
He's gonna be so fascinated with it unless the intoxication is worn off.
she would be fascinated with it anyway, just because she's never had it before.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
He's
just
had
feel like we
very
should hear him
sad
talk.
meals up until this point on the Seahawk.
Vernori, you've heard of this in theory, but never dined on it before. Pizza. Faustus, you've seen it prepared before, and probably like stolen a slice or two in your lifetime, but never had a dedicated one for you. Um, Tide, you've had pizza before. Where your father's shop was, there was a little bakery. They used to make this really weird bread thing, and people just loved it. And you thought it was like a regional thing, but you see Fishhook busting out like little wood slates with small pizzas.
Thank God for fantasy pizza, dude.
Fantasy
It's almost
pizza.
as good as eating it for real.
Literally, right?
I really-
This is let it just be known this is happening.
I can literally
want it.
taste it. I can taste it. I have taste memory of pizza right now. That's what you've summoned.
I have pizza in my fridge right now. So this is very personal for me too.
Oh, great, good for you. Now I want pizza.
Yeah.
In response to the pizza, Renori is just gonna be like mesmerized, like heart eyes, like stars sparkling around her, just like, this is the best thing ever. How have I not had this? I want to live on it forever. So she's just like best mood, such a good mood, and adorable about it.
Aww.
Raven is doing that thing where you're eating food so good that every single time you take a bite, you can't just help but do like a little happy like hop in your seat.
Oh, that's adorable. This is so wholesome. So as you have your pizza experience, right? And as dinner winds down, there's just something in the air that is sort of electric and bouncy and just fun. And you hear from above you as dinner winds down and people start like filing out of the galley to go back up onto the upper deck. You hear the steady thumping of footsteps. And you all like kind of make your way up the ladder, and the crew is dancing. The upper deck is lit by like faint lanterns that are being strung from the mast. And in fact, you see Adrian, the scrawny half elf who is carrying all of the keys, kind of like still on one of the masts, tying some lanterns up there. But there's just this lovely dim candlelight, and you see the crew members waltzing, dancing, some with absolutely no rhythm, some with plenty of it. Renori, you see kind of at the farther end, pretty much everybody's up here. You see at the farther end two things. First of all, you see Boomstick and Brienne sort of doing like a little like waltz, but she's very small, so Boomstick's kind of like bent over trying to make this happen. But you also see dancing with Dolthrin, and as he kind of turns, you see Casper. And when he spots you across the crowd, he does like a gesture, he extends his hand to you.
Renori will like awkwardly like wave her hand in like a small little motion of just like, hello.
Okay. He does like a come on.
The liquid courage has worn off a bit. So she's a little shy, but she'll like shrug and walk over to the other side where he is.
Okay, so all right, so you make your way over to him. Tide. As you're standing by the ladder, not like right next to it, but like, you know, everybody's coming up and you're seeing the site, and there's actually like, you all can hear like fiddle going off, and you see that a couple of the members of the crew have like busted out some real instruments, some makeshift, and are keeping up like a jovial beat to dance to. And someone like shoulder checks you, and it's Chad. And he's vibing, and when he crashes into you, he's like, oh my god, I'm sorry, uh, and he's very
Fun?
pink.
You having fun?
Um, yeah, it's been a while since I've danced, but yes, I love the music.
Is dancing? That's what you're calling it?
I mean, I'm trying, and he does like a little shimmy, shakes his hips a little bit, um, but still not very
Oh,
coordinated.
Oh, buddy, come on. And Tide will grab his hand and lead him out. And Tide is also not a dancer. He's this giant ape of a man who just cannot do anything right. But he's a little bit surprising on how light on his feet he is, but surprising in the sense of a like 230-pound guy would be.
Mm-hmm.
So he average. He is average, but he looks lighter because of his stature. Um, and he kind of he'll let Chad lead since he's unfamiliar with this, but he's much more comfortable in slower tunes.
Okay. So there. Okay. So Chad is like you're going, you're swaying. And Chad is like laughing, and he tries to spin you, but he kind of just like bumps you in the forehead because he doesn't lift his arm enough. Um, but you keep like kind of like you're in rhythm if you squint. Um, Raven and Faustus. So you kind of just surveying this. I mean, two Tide and Renori are gone. Like they've swept into the crowd. Um, and it's just the two of you and Tessa kind of standing off to the side watching all of the festivities.
Raven is going to still be like she's not drunk anymore, but she's definitely still like pumped to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Vibing.
yeah, so she's just like, "Come on, like we should dance."
Oh, okay. Faustus, you coming?
Um so she's gonna look at Raven's gonna look at Faustus and like encourage him to say yes.
Faustus just sort of drifts off into the dance floor, into the space,
Mm-hmm.
alone by himself, and he kind of just gets out there, and he kind of gets like his hands up in the air and just does this very like this is the most he lets loose, but it's
Mm-hmm.
very robotic. It's very sort of jerky movements, just sort of like, and he's just sort of soft stepping and doing one of these, but he's and his head's kind of back, like he's vibing, but
Aw, he's
he's just by him,
vibing.
just but he's by
So,
himself, but he goes and does it completely like by himself,
so
like
is
in an
it like
awkward.
a Tobey Maguire and Spider-Man 3 kind of vibe, or
That's
No,
exactly.
No.
more like more like Napoleon Dynamite
Yes.
okay,
Oh, that's two
when he
completely
performs at the
different
talent
vibes.
show.
Yeah.
okay.
Completely different energies. Um,
Tessa,
Raven. Oh,
Tessa's gonna
hi.
take your hand, Raven,
Hmm.
and she's gonna lead you out onto the dance floor, like over by Faustus, and like keeping your hands kind of gently in hers, just with a simple like twist of her hips, just stepping in and then stepping out.
Okay. Um, hmm. I think that Raven is gonna cast mirror image and create a second image of herself and like mimic the dance that Faustus is doing. So it doesn't look like he's
Just
doing it
off to the
alone.
side.
So
I think doesn't technically mirror image makes 3 of you, so you've just got like 3 vibing holograms just
Yeah.
around you.
okay, so hold on.
I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna pull this off, but I'm gonna
yeah,
try.
I also wanted to know how you were gonna pull that off. So, you're doing your simple little step with Tessa, and as you're moving, there's like a slight you find a way to slightly just like move your fingers, switch your hand a little bit, and you mutter a few arcane words under your breath, and so the thing is, the duplicates follow your exact motion. So unless you start,
Okay.
unless you start vibing like
Uh,
Faustus.
Okay then. So she will dance. Hopefully, she's just like in a way that it doesn't look like it's out of place for either of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So she's just going to like so it just feels like they're less alone and like or Faustus is a little less alone
Okay.
because he seemed to just awkwardly remove himself and she was like, you're not getting away from that.
So
from
you
this
position
easily.
yourself so that the duplicate on the right is positioned in front of Faustus, and you sort of take up a shimmy with like a slight step back and forth that works for both Tessa and Faustus, and then you also have another you to the left.
Wow. Raven really
So
committed
sorry.
with the polyamory thing by adding even more of herself in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
She never has hands.
There are so many hands involved in everything. Renori. So you make your way over to where Casper is, and he's doing a little dance, and it appears to be like you don't recognize it. Like it's not like a step that you recognize. He's doing it with Doltharin, and he's laughing and having fun. And you see like his coat is kind of like swishing behind him, right? And when you make your way over, he sort of spins out of this step with Doltharin, and Doltharin doesn't seem too bothered. Like he drifts back into the crowd, and seeing you, he stops, tucks one hand behind his back, and then offers you his hand.
I don't know how to dance, for the record.
That's okay. Come on.
Your boot's gonna take care of it?
No, my feet are, but I guess in a way.
Hey, yep. I'm making this choice. And she'll take his hand.
Okay, so he kind of pulls you. He pulls you close. And his hand rests on your lower back. He goes, "You can step on the boots if you want."
I'll try with my own feet.
Okay. Can you do me a dexterity check, please?
God damn it. So mad. Okay.
What was it?
Okay, so that's just a 17.
A 17? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit. You know, he's sort of slowly swaying you, so you're not really on the beat, and he's like trying to show you how, because you're doing basically like a loose waltz, so he's showing you like back foot and so back, forward, this way. Like he's showing you the triangle part of it and how to spin without slamming into each other. And you pick it up. You still stumble if here and there, or like go the wrong direction every once in a while, but it's pretty natural, and he's able to like kind of sweep you into the motion, so it doesn't look like it looks like you know what you're doing. And you're close, and you're kind of on the edge of the crowd, a little bit away from the music too. So the music is definitely there, but it's a little bit quieter where you are. And he's like, "Hi."
Hello. It's been a weird day. What have you been up to?
Well, and he twirls you, just plotting the areas we head forward, but I don't know, just a lot of nothing, honestly. Missing you mostly.
Oh, uh-huh. Yep. That's really cute. Thank you for saying that. Um, Missed you too. Would have not exactly upset that you missed part of my day though. So,
Why's that?
uh, I ended up shopping for
Oh,
clothes
okay.
through Ripley's weird tablet thing. I don't really know how it happened. I'm gonna be completely honest. But I went with Raven, and it was there was alcohol, and you know what? Maybe I should stop talking.
um, I'm very intrigued, but go ahead and keep your secrets.
I mean, there is one part of it that I was hoping to show you later, actually.
Oh?
I got something. I got something. She's like trying really hard to get this out before all of the liquid courage runs off. There's still just a little bit hanging on. And she's trying to latch onto that in this moment. And so she's just like, yeah, well, so I went shopping and there was something that I got that I would like to show you later. That's all.
Okay, well, I'm excited. Um, New
Yeah.
outfits?
Yes. A sort of. Yes. For specific occasions.
Oh.
Can I would like Tide in his dancing stupor to just be dancing around and then back into Renori at an angle that would push her into Casper.
Oh God, of
Can you,
course.
On accident, of course. This is
Yeah.
completely unintentional.
Yeah. That tracks.
uh-huh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I just want to see something real quick.
I mean, Renori has no dexterity, so there's gonna be no like I get bumped into, I'm fine.
So is it actually on accident or are you deliberately trying to
No, it's on accident. He
Okay.
doesn't.
So
He's not paying.
you're not paying attention. Tide, so the fiddle's pretty quick and Chad is pretty bad. But you're also not great and it's very fun because you're kind of just plowing through people
Yep.
on your
Yep.
path. And Chad looks like he's having the time of his life. I mean, his head is kind of thrown back in laughter, and then every once in a while he like leans in to like giggle into your shoulder. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, sorry. Oh shit." And but he's just caught up in this moment with you, and after a twirl or two, he kind of turns you and like he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna take the lead. I'm gonna take the lead. I'm gonna do it." And he sort of starts guiding you, and he seems uncertain in his first few steps. But what he is certain about is when he twirls you and you plow right into a body. Renori gets slammed directly into Casper's chest.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks.
And he kind of
Hey,
like,
this is like that time when he landed on your chest, but now it's reversed.
so true,
Oh wow, yeah, how serendipitous.
right? And he kind of like he stumbles back a little bit. He's like,
Good.
"Hello."
I didn't do that on purpose. And then she'll like whip her head behind her really quickly and see Tide and just let it go. Just like not even pursue.
They're
like,
they're gone. They
yeah, no, I mean But you know when you know.
Yeah.
When you know who
Yeah.
who like what happened. Um she'll be like, I didn't do that on purpose. I that wasn't on purpose. That's all. I'm not trying to.
Ren, it's okay. It's all right.
Oh, you
Okay.
called her Rin.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And
And she's just like whoosh, dark purple.
aw,
Lavender skin who?
you
Like dark purple.
you are quite close. Because of this.
Yep.
And he kind of he's still laughing a little bit and caught up in the lighthearted motion and he he leans in and he waits.
Renori will, if she is reading the situation correctly, will kiss him.
Okay, yes. So you close the distance. And it's very gentle, very, very romantic. You kind of have a still pocket in the flurry around you. And then he like pulls you closer and you pull apart and he's just gazing at you. Very cliche that time stops around you kind of moment.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Faustus, I want to let's chat about the vibe. How's the vibing going right now?
I thought of a better example of what his dance is.
Oh,
It's the scene and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when it just cuts to the bar and they're all dancing. It's like fun, natural fun, and they're all just like dancing like this. That's the vibe.
Perfect. You are vibing. So is Raven. So is Tessa. So is Raven. So is Raven. And
no, I want to say that her spell is definitely ended by now.
okay.
Because it only lasts like a minute. And so Raven takes Tessa's hand and like squeezes it for a second, but she's like, I have to do something. Faustus, do you know how to dance with somebody? She like grabs his hand like from the air and puts it on her waist and grabs the other one. She's just like, do you know how to dance with someone?
Oh, what dance
Yeah,
with
yes, I know.
somebody?
I know how to dance. Did you want to? He sort of just like looks at where his hands are. He's like, did you want to dance? Is that
I did ask, so yes.
all right then? He dances. He'll dance.
All right.
Does Faustus know how to dance?
I would assume so.
Okay.
He was raised in an urban area.
Okay, that's fair. So, Raven.
He stole enough gold here and there to occasionally play at being wealthy and a man about town.
That's fair. So, Raven and Faustus, you also whisk into the crowd, and we have a very warm sort of scene in front of us. I mean, underneath the light of the lanterns and the glow of the stars, it's just you guys.
And the glow of the literal rave that Faustus creates using silent image, which allows you to create visual effects within a 15-foot cube. So wherever we're dancing within a 15-foot cube, there's little like pulses of colored light.
Okay.
And like disco ball, like little like those
The
little white
spots.
squares of light
Yes.
that come off of a disco ball just sort of spinning around.
Okay, so every once in a while, Tide and Renora, you catch a glimpse of color and flashing light, and it seems to be trailing behind Faustus and Raven as they move and twirl through the crowd. And there is just this is one of those moments where life seems to pause for a moment, and you just get a chance to take a breath. And as the night sort of starts to wind down later into the evening, going into maybe like 1, 2 a.m. as people start going to bed and crew rotation shift and things like that, you know, the music also starts to slow down. And it's the four of you plus Tessa plus Chad plus Casper, basically left on this deck. And like the music's slowing down, not just like intentional slow jams, more like the person playing is starting to fall asleep. But it's still sort of nice, and there's a lovely breeze out. How are we feeling, besties?
You said Tessa is still on the deck too, right?
Yes, she is. When you started
Okay.
dancing with Faustus, she kind of like let herself get swept up by some of the, like, you know how people will be like cutting in for a dance and you switch partners.
Mhm.
Like, she's been kind of going around.
Okay. Raven makes her way over to Tessa and she extends her hand. She goes, "May I have this last dance?"
You see her kind of stop and yeah, sure, and she
All right.
she gives you her hand.
Raven puts a hand on Tessa's waist,
Mm-hmm.
right? Kind of like unsure of where to put it, so she's like very lightly putting pressure on there because she doesn't want to seem like too forward,
Mm-hmm.
based on the hand holding reaction from earlier. And she's just sort of like guiding her around the room, very gracefully.
Raven, as you start to move, Tessa like slings her arms around your shoulders, and then her hands slide down to your hands, and she's like, you can hold me. I'm not gonna float away."
Raven almost dies. that, that revelation. And kind of like allows herself to sort of like bring Tessa closer to her.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just like a raging blush like on her face as she continues to bring Tessa about the room.
Okay.
Keep the lights up on the two of them.
Aww. Aww.
Sort of fade to the edge of the dance floor.
Okay.
And just go back and just sort of like into the shadows, and then once I'm just out of sight, just do back to vibing.
Nice. Okay.
When you have a supportive third.
Just vibing in the dark.
It's like the polar opposite of dancing in the moonlight. So you
Vibing in the darkness.
Okay, so Raven, you glide with Tessa, and it's pretty wonderful. It's a bit of a softer moment than what was happening before. I think before was a lot more upbeat, fun to get lost in, but this is a moment where you get lost in each other, and eventually Tessa kind of, like, you're leading, but I think Tessa starts to slow down a little bit. And you get to the point where you're just swaying in place. And Tessa.
How tall is Tessa?
Tessa's,
How tall is Tessa?
Tessa's like 5'9", 5'10".
Okay, so she's like slightly taller than Raven is.
Mm-hmm.
He's slightly taller than Faustus too.
I love that.
Faustus is 5'8".
Oh, I love this.
Raven's the same height.
He's a little guy.
I love this.
Raven is going to sort of press her forehead against like Tessa's. She's gonna like try to get that to happen.
Yeah. Yes.
And her eyes are closed while they're swaying.
Oh. Okay. You sway.
I'm so touch starved.
You
This is helping me in ways.
Period.
In my...
You sway to the music, and there's you're getting lost in it, but there's the comforting anchor of each other's hands and just a warm shared embrace. Tide, you and Chad slow down to a similar pace, mostly because you're fucking exhausted. Because you've been going 90 miles an hour, just running people over.
I would Tide would actually like to do something else.
Sure.
Tide is going to cut in and dance with Renori.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Okay, so hold on. So Renori, you and Casper.
I have something I want to do.
Okay, so we'll get to you in a second, Fausta. So Renori,
Is
you-
We're
Fausta's gonna
all
dance with
awful.
Chad.
We are all plotting at the same time, and I'm so worried for our GM right now because I see the wheels turning in all of our eyes.
and I'm not getting any of it, so I'm very worried for me too.
I'm gonna use so many spell slots.
No.
to
Oh
make it
my
happen.
god.
Fucking hell, guys. Renori, you and Casper
Uh-huh.
pull apart from this tender kiss, and he gazes
Nice.
at you, and he brushes his thumb over your cheekbone, and he leans in to kind of whisper to
Oh my
you over the
God.
music. You are just everything to me, and I hope you know that.
It's been 4 days, bro.
Oh my
Longer
god.
than 4 days?
It's been like almost a month at this point.
What?
Has it?
Like almost.
Yeah.
Like we're
My
approaching.
notes say day 4. What have I been doing?
Jake, have you been taking notes? Let's be honest.
I have
It's
sort of.
over.
Yeah.
When I say almost a month, I mean like we're going into the beginning of like week 3. Okay, like
It's been a while. It's been more than just a few days. Like, we've had multiple, like, time skips.
yes.
I think that's maybe where the confusion is Liz has guided us through, like, I mean, there's at least been one time skip of, like, a week.
There's
At the
been a
very
lot of
beginning.
travel. There's going to be a lot of travel time in this campaign because you are traveling by boat. And I am lazy and I don't like doing travel roleplay all the time. So, yeah, it's been almost a month since like you set foot on the Seahawk that first day. Yes.
Faustus gets the sense that the evening is winding down and things are sort of turning into this malaise of predictability, and so he's going to shake things up a little bit.
Oh no.
From the shadows, he's going to cast first. He's going to recast Silent Image.
Okay.
Keep that going to have the rave lights, and the rave lights start to intensify.
Okay.
And then he casts Minor Illusion, which is non-concentration. He makes the music swells into a much more upbeat tune. All right? And as this happens, he then casts Misty Step, and he appears right next to Renori and Raven and Tessa.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tessa needs to make a strength saving throw because he's going to attempt to steal her from Raven and continue dancing.
Do I make a strength saving throw?
No, Tessa does.
Tessa's okay.
I just wanted to have a
It's a
sweet.
telekinetic
Okay.
pull.
We will.
There's a lot happening, so hold on. I've rolled that number. Give me a second. Tied. Not even tied yet. We haven't even finished their moment yet. Renori. Casper. After that gentle moment with the two of you, Casper just kind of draws you in a little bit closer, and your foreheads are touching as you kind of sway. And he goes, "Listen, I think I've put us on a path of moving a bit fast that I didn't intend to. And it's important to me that you're comfortable and that you're happy. So I suppose as slow or as fast as you want to take things, I'm along for the ride because I care about you."
Yeah. I appreciate that. You're very thoughtful. I bought and am wearing lingerie, so...
And with that beautiful addition to a very touching
Step on the
moment.
gas.
Step on the gas.
Step on the gas.
Tied. You
Oh,
so
good.
are you trying? You're trying to steal Renori, right?
Yeah, he wanted to slow dance with Renori.
Okay, so yeah, talk me through it.
This is fitting.
So Tide is gonna walk up.
Yep.
tap tap Casper on the shoulder and ask if he can cut in.
So Renori goes, and I am wearing lingerie. And then
Yeah, that's very
Oh my
audible to you,
God.
Tide.
yeah. And then you get
Can I cut in?
So oh my god. Okay, hold on. Step on the
my
brakes
God.
for a second.
No, you already did your shit.
So, Tide, you asked to cut in. Casper is kind of, his eyes slide very heavily away from Renori to you, and he is quite red. And he goes, I guess?
Right.
yeah, sure, is Renori's response. Actually feeling pretty satisfied with the state that Casper is in.
Okay. Yeah, and you you whisk Renori away, and Casper's just kind of standing there blue screening. Faustus.
Yeah, I'm smug about it.
Nice.
Let's go dance Tide.
Faustus, you have
Behold.
okay, so so Tessa is not passing the strength.
Arcane!
Tessa did not pass the strength, so you can go ahead and tell me how you want to do this.
This is what he went to wizarding school for. So
Oh my God.
So he could do cool shit. He just like literally the music increases in volume and changes like to a higher tempo, and lights start moving and flashing and changing colors, and then he appears on the dance floor, and like one of the scenes from 500 Days of Summer where it like becomes all of a sudden it's like a dance number, and the camera pans and he just pulls sideways out into the floor and then pulls Tessa to him and starts dancing with her.
That's adorable. Okay, so
Raven just stands
Something out of
there
a
like
Broadway
in
music.
shock of what just happened because she wasn't really expecting anything. Like drops her arms, looks at Faustus and went, "If you wanted to join us, you could have just asked."
I'm a little bit melodramatic. I don't know if you noticed.
so
Yes, it's irritatingly charming.
So when you grabbed Tessa, she sort of like yelped in surprise because she and Raven were having this intense moment, and she just like whoop, as she's dragged sort of into your arms like gracefully, and you catch her into your movement, and you're sort of like spinning and going, and she's just laughing as you guys twirl, and a conversation happens.
Faustus is serving up what we call bisexual whiplash.
So true. Period.
Yeah.
Tessa's just having the time of her life right now.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
Yeah, right.
This is the main character right now, for
Literally,
sure.
this is Tessa's world. We're just living in it.
Tessa's just everybody's favorite, apparently.
Not everyone.
No, not everyone.
Renori is still.
Renori harbors immense distaste for her, and I don't blame
see
her.
where that goes.
Tide, you now have Renori. What's up?
You've got a Renori! Congratulations!
Add Renori into your inventory.
You may add Renori to your equipment.
Perfect.
Hey, but I have 35 of these already.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I need to hit a shot.
So Tide is going to ignore the sped up tempo and continue the slow dance.
Oh, Renori's fine with that. She can barely slow dance, so.
Tide's first going to look at Renori and say, I'm going to pretend like I didn't hear what you just said because I don't think it was meant for me.
Just do whatever you want. Yeah, whatever makes you comfortable.
I still don't fully trust him, but I trust you. And I'm still not really over what all went down um, in that basement, and I don't really want to talk about it, but I'm sorry for leaving.
Yeah. We don't have to talk about it. I'm sorry for it. I wasn't upset with you for leaving. I think you made the best choice out of all of us by leaving. Um, you saying you trust me means a lot, so I appreciate that, and I trust you too. I do.
Good. And if he hurts you, I'll kill him.
Uh, if he hurts me, you will probably have to deal with what I leave behind of him, which might not be much, but yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah.
Good. And then, how tall is Renori again? She's shorter, right?
She's 5'7".
Yeah. So Tide is 6'1". So he's
Right.
gonna kind of like he's gonna do the whole like head rest on top of Renori's head in like a older brother sort of
Mm-hmm.
manner, and keep just kind of doing the swaying thing.
I mean, Renori's like hundreds of years older than him, but I love it.
Okay.
She
I love the kind of
Renori
woman that would actually just kill me.
Oh my god.
Renori is receptive to like, everything that Tide does, and it's just like, oh, this is nice. I was slightly worried Tide hated me. Okay. Never mind. So, yeah.
Okay. I would say the music is winding down, but it's in fact the opposite. So,
Speaking of Faustus.
Faustus.
Not long.
Oh my gosh. I was imagining Pina Colada was playing in the
Stop.
background since it's objectively the best song in existence.
I can't argue with that.
Like top five. Top five for
If
sure.
you like making love at midnight.
You know what I was
Where
thinking
does it
of?
rhymes yet?
Oh gosh. I was thinking of what is it called? I think it's called Just a Friend by Bismarcky. Like, oh baby, you got what I need.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. I was thinking it was like Skrillex.
Oh
Or
yeah.
Oh my
like,
god. Why did I know you were going to say EDM?
Blah, blah, blah,
And you know
blah,
what?
blah,
Maybe
blah,
all
blah,
of these
blah.
things are true.
Yeah.
All at the same
Probably.
time.
Yeah.
All of these things are true.
With all of those spell slots, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I burned 2 first levels and a second level.
So if Renori can, she'll slip away from Tide after a little while. And as she's slipping away, she'll say, Chad looks pretty lonely without you, so.
And Tide, that is very true. As she says this, you
Maybe.
do see Chad leaning up against the mast, and he's kind of just like fiddling with his hands. And he's like kind of on the outskirts of what's happening.
So I'm assuming that Renori and Tide are going to go in kind of opposite directions, right? Based off of where the captain's quarters are.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go kind of he's going to go on the outskirts, so he's not like in the lights or anything. And do like one of the like little like not a shoulder check, but like bump into. Hey, what you doing?
Just standing around, hanging out.
Down the street.
I mean it's in the best way. You don't have to wait up for me.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, we've known each other for about a month, and I know you've known other people on the boat longer. And if you want to hang out with them, you can hang out with them. Oh God.
Making a
I
tackle.
mean, there's nobody else really here to dance with. We were dancing together. I don't know. What are you talking about?
I know, but I needed to talk to Renori and straighten things out. I just meant you. I don't expect you to have to, wait for me all the time. I appreciate it, but you don't have to.
He kind of like takes a step back and he's like, I. Why do I feel like we're not talking about dancing anymore?
Just never mind. It doesn't matter. We can. I'm tired. I'm gonna head down.
Yeah, you do that. I'll stay here, I guess. And he kind of leans up against the mast, back where he was.
Does Raven see this?
You can roll me a perception check with disadvantage because of the
Okay,
because
wait.
of the
Where's
moving rave cube.
Easy.
Okay. I rolled a 6. No, I rolled a 9 and a 4.
You
So
are
perception. Wait. Plus 8. I don't see him do it.
you are quite fascinated with the moving rave cube.
Shiny.
Yes, it is very shiny.
Yeah.
Renori, so you and Tide, Shaw, and you make your way back
Yep.
over to Casper. He still has like the little spinny buffering going on in his face.
So in case it wasn't clear before, Captain Cutie, I would really like to not have those boots on your feet.
Hold on. Okay. He seems to seems to snap him out of it. Like he gets his wits back. And he oh.
However, I will note, I have come up with a plan to protect the boots from sticky fingers. So I just want you to know that has been accounted for, since I thought it was a great choice to ask you about the boot removal in front of everybody else. Now that probably the entire ship knows that you do not keep the boots on during certain activities, and I know your boots are coveted by many, don't worry, I have accounted for them in your best interest.
Thank you.
So, the thing I said before I danced with Tide, and then the thing I just said,
Yes,
go together. Those go together.
They do go together. And he gets a little closer.
And all of the courage is leaving her body. But not like in an unpleasant way, like in like a, oh, someone else is in the driver's seat right now. Yeah.
With that being said, is it cool
Not
if I
looking
do
at
a
chat.
fade to black real quick?
Can I, like, announce how I protect the boots from
Yes.
A condom. What?
That's
my.
no. I mean,
No.
yeah, yes, use protection, but not. That's not what we're talking about. Um.
What Renori would do is she would cast alarm in it's like a certain radius, and she would essentially put it invisibly like over the boots like a little box, but that can't really be seen.
Okay. So.
And so she'll cast that, and the duration is 8 hours.
Okay.
And if she is asleep when the alarm gets triggered, a noise goes off inside of her head to wake her up. If not, it rings out like bells all around in the atmosphere. So.
Okay. Um. All right. So it's cool. Is it okay with you if I do a fade to black then?
Me, yes.
Yes. Okay. Consent is important. So you. So okay. So you're having you have your banter going back and forth, and Casper leans in a little bit closer, and the two of you kiss. Can you give me a vibe for how you want the night to go?
A vibe?
Just a vibe, like a few adjectives. So I can, because I'm gonna kind of time skip a little bit on for you.
Yeah, sweet. Jake and everyone is, I can't even, sweet, gentle, passionate.
Understandable. Okay, good words, good words. So the two of you unite in a first kiss, and you linger longer than the previous, and after pulling apart, there's just that moment of shared breath and eye contact, and then it escalates a little bit more, and at some point you're walking, but it's more of a, we need to get somewhere and I don't want to stop. um and you make it to the captain's quarters, and you both take your time, and there's nothing to rush about this. This is a moment between the two of you with nothing but peace and each other. Before you make it to the bed, you do pause, kind of pushing Casper away for a second, and you take from your component pouch a spool of silver thread, and you unwind it like kind of around your hands, and you like kind of look at him pointedly, and he kicks off the boots and leaves them kind of at the foot of the bed, and you take a careful box with the thread, and it sort of like in a puff of silver fade like fizzles out, and you feel nothing visually like happens like otherwise, but you feel the introduction of that presence into your mind that would alert you. So alarm was successfully casted, and with that you reunite, and we're going to fade to black for the two of you for the night. Going back to Faustus and Raven. Faustus, you still got Tessa in the rave cube.
No.
No.
After a while, once the dancing has picked back up again and the mood has been reinvigorated, Faustus is going to literally fade to black as he turns invisible and just leaves the party.
Like mid dance or
Yep.
okay.
Like that, man.
You and you and Tessa have been moving around, and during one of your
He would wait till Raven is like coming back from her other like conversation. Like he'll wait till she's back near them, and then Tessa turns around in a spin, and he's just like, he's just gone.
Does he do that often?
I tend not to question what Faustus does. I tend to get headaches when I do, so.
Okay, well,
And that's on purpose.
And that's on genetics.
It's just us. I don't know what to do now.
Ooh, why don't
Buck
I?
in the chat.
Now I'm scared to look.
Shouldn't have looked. Ah,
I think nothing was actually funnier though than Stream Elements be like, "We are a safe space."
right after
Oh
that.
man, I did. I fell down. Oof.
Maya,
Just looked over.
Maya,
Just looked over.
Maya,
Maya, bonk yourself, please. And I mean in
time
a
yourself out.
non-sexy way. Non-sexy, bonk
Time
yourself.
yourself out. I am putting you in mod jail. You are in mod jail now.
We are
I just saw the little bunny emoji. That wasn't what I was laughing at before.
Oh yes, the Sylvie butt.
Oh, the
there's-
bunny butt?
Yeah.
There's
Sylvie
new
butt.
laughs at every moment. Oh man.
Raven will kind of extend her elbow for Tessa to put her arm through, and she's just like, "May I walk you to your bedroll, lady?"
She laughs pretty heartily at that, but she seems amused. Like, it doesn't seem mean. And with twinkling eyes, she takes the sort of charming elbow and lowers her arm and turns it into a handhold. And she goes, "Yes, you may."
Raven tries super hard to play her little mini freak out cool, but I'm going to. Oh, and she succeeds. Within 19, she kind of like tenses her shoulders a little bit, and her like arm slightly. But then she's just like, "All right, let's go."
Okay.
And she takes a deep breath and leads her towards where everybody is sleeping.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Tide. What are you up to?
Well, Tide has fully put his foot in his mouth at this point, truly trying to be considerate. But he's going to walk back to his hammock and kind of sit in it, so where his like feet are over the edge, so he's facing the ladder. And he's gonna wait a few minutes to see if anybody comes down, and if Chad doesn't, then he will lay down in his hammock, but he probably will not fall asleep.
There's a few crew members down here, and you see some more trickle in and out as the crew's on these constant rotating shifts, and you don't see Chad.
So Tide will turn into the hammock and lay there and fiddle with his dad's ring and the necklace talisman thing that he has. So like he'll have the ring on his left hand and just kind of be like spinning it because it's a little bit big for him. And then the necklace, he'll just kind of be like rubbing it, like flicking it around, not really doing anything before trying to fall asleep.
Okay. All right. Faustus, where the fuck did you go?
Kristen saw my pictures. No, Faustus literally just dips. He just goes. He turns invisible and he walks off the dance floor and he just goes below decks and goes to bed.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. A relief is upon my shoulders. So.
Yeah.
Oh God.
If we go to morning though.
Guess what's happening.
Wait, I need to do one more thing.
Everybody's hair's gonna be all tousled in the morning.
Yeah.
Everybody's
gosh.
gonna.
Yes, Raven, what's up?
So right before they get to like the hatch or the door of where they all sleep, Raven's just going to turn to Tessa and be like, um, so, uh, I hope you sleep well.
So here's the thing. I it's a bit silly of me to just now realize, but I don't have a bedroll. I never was given one. So I don't know where to
Oh,
sleep.
um, well, I haven't really used mine. If you would like to.
Oh, I
Sh-
wouldn't want to take that
No,
from.
I don't sleep well. Um, it's you get used to sleeping on like with just I insist.
Um. Oh, okay. Sure. If you want to show me where it is.
Yeah. And she just leads her to her bedroll and is like, "Well, um, I do you um here it is." And she kind of like unfolds the like blanket that's over top it and she's like, "Here you go."
Where will you sleep?
I used to sleeping on the floor, so I could just sleep on the
Raven.
floor.
Raven.
Mm,
And she's like she like descends kind of gracefully to sit like with her knees and like legs extending out to the side, right? And she opens like her hand to you and she's kind of gathering like the blankets up like just don't do that to yourself. There's plenty of space.
I okay. Okay. And she does the very clear throat thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and slides in, but she's like on the edge of
Yeah.
like the bedroll, trying not to touch Tessa as best as she can. She's trying to be very respectful.
So, you do that, and Tessa's also trying to be respectful, um, but we're gonna kind of fade in through the.
Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna.
Raven's gonna ask if Tessa's cold.
Um, a bit, I suppose.
Oh, and then she kind of like goes to like adjust the blanket on the two of them, but kind of just settles with like sliding herself a little closer to her. So like you could
Tessa.
like they're not quite touching, but you could almost feel like each other's body heat,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Tessa like drapes the blanket carefully over both of you, and she, with a small smile, whispers, "Good night."
Sweet dreams.
I'm gonna go ahead and fade through the week because I feel like we're going to do this for another 18 sessions. Not that I don't love it, but you know. So, the
This
next,
same exact scene plays out every night. We dance and party, and everybody goes off their separate ways, and then just goes to sleep, and nothing happens.
that's exactly. So, uh,
Damn,
the next
Renori
morning,
Casper are doing a lot this.
the next morning, um,
Oh,
Renori,
Yeah.
you awake to warmth, and annoyingly sunlight,
You
but
need the bed.
it's not quite it's not like that bright. Like it's filtering through the curtains, right? Um, and there's a warm body next to you. And your eyes kind of like you flutter your eyes open a little bit, and you see Casper, and he's sleeping.
Yep.
Yeah, and extracurricular activities and everything, because I don't want to get booted off of this platform. Um, and it was just very gentle. And this is kind of like when you were dancing, just another quiet moment that, like, you just realize, like, how peaceful he looks. And there's not really the noise of crew outside either. So it's just quiet. There's just the gentle sound of the waves. And Casper's eyes kind of flutter open, and he kisses your forehead, and the two of you get ready for the day. Raven and Tessa. So Raven, you wake up to warm an arm kind of like encircled around your waist, and warm skin under your cheek, and you flutter open your eyes, and you're kind of like, Tessa's on her back, and her arm is like sort of under you, like like kind of coming around a little bit, like her hand is on your stomach, and your face is like partially smushed into her chest, partially in the pillow. She seems to be rather contained. You are kind of like, y'all are pretty tangled right now, but it's not uncomfortable. Nobody seems to be paying you any attention. In fact, most people are just kind of like groaning from combined hangovers, exhaustion, and you flutter your eyes open to that, and Tessa sort of like and squints open her eyes and sees you, but it's an immediate smile, and she grins, and I don't know what y'all are laughing at, but I just know you're bullying Casper,
Don't look
and
at the chat,
refuse to
DM.
look
Don't
at it.
look. Don't look, DM. Don't look.
Every single time I do anything, okay, I'm placing my bets. Either it's about the boots or y'all are kink shaming him over nothing. And I'm just tired of this. I just let the man have sex in peace. Okay?
Are you confirming it?
Just let the man have sex in peace. Okay?
All I'm going to say
That was
is
the
it
most
makes sense that he's a captain.
What?
It just makes sense that he's a captain and lives on the sea, considering how much he loves water and
Okay, all
playing
right.
games.
Respectfully, we're gonna pump the brakes, okay? Because I think I know where you're going with this, and he's not fucking into water sports, okay? I don't know how we got here.
The DM said, "Fuck yes, and he doesn't like it."
No.
You said, Renori, you wake up
I
to
will
warm.
yes.
My
I
brain
will,
went.
No, I will yes
My brain
and.
went. Oh my god! Did Casper pee the bed?
That's what I thought too.
I can't say anything around y'all. I can't say anything.
Faustus just wakes up with Lilith on his chest and just like taps her on the nose and says, "Morning, bunkmate." That's the extent of his morning interaction.
She does a little wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Tide, whether or not you slept, you are in your hammock.
Oh, I'm sweating.
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
And we're kind of fading through to the rest of the week. We are gonna go just a smidge later because I do want to get us to the place we were going. So the rest of the days are sort of the same. A lot of quiet moments, between y'all as the days kind of go back to normal. There's not the partying isn't happening every night, but you do see people bust out the ale every once in a while, or the music, and there's shanties during the day while they're working, and you fade through the week in sort of similar fashion of just comfort, a pretty peaceful journey, all things considered. And as the week begins to wind down, probably in the morning, like early morning, a week has now passed, and you arrive at your destination where you had been navigating. So as you are chopping through the seas, I mean, it's been pretty open. You'd spot like a landmass every once in a while, definitely passing ships to and fro the between the Queen's Navy and just other merchant ships. And you approach this mass, and in fact you start like catching dregs of it before you really get too close. There's just little bits of something poking up over the water, and as you get closer you see colorful spikes like that look razor sharp, poking out of the water higher and higher, closer together, until eventually you notice that you're slowing down, and pretty far out, like in the distance, you can make it out very clearly, but you're not close. You see an island. And on this island, you see a single spire, jagged and intertwined of all these different colors, raising up to the sky beyond the cloud line. And you just see more of these colorful spikes like emerging from the water around you. And this is in the morning, and usually when you're approaching a landmass and it's like intentional, this is actually the first time you would have done that because you sort of blew off course the first time. But the crew makes this big holler about seeing land, and a lot of them rush to the front of the ship while the rest of them prepare the ship for docking, and they drop anchor, and you're, invited to take a look. This is the towering reef. As you approach this landmass, the water gets clearer and clearer, although not shallow. You actually can't tell the depth of it at all, but you do see schools of fish winding through the water at impeccable speeds. A few times you would have probably seen like sleek figures jumping in and out of the waves following your boat, dolphins, and you see all sorts of just sea life around you, and you catch these twisting peaks, these spikes that poke out of the water are actually connected down, 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 down into these massive reefs. I mean, as far as you can see within where you are in the water, it's just coral of every color, and eels winding in and out, fish, crabs, just everything. And it's beautiful. And as you stop and you drop anchor, Casper kind of joins your group at the front of the ship. He goes, this is as close as we can get safely. We have a small boat we can use to get us to shore, but we're going to have to be very careful about it.
Clarifying question for the time skip.
Yes.
I'm assuming that Chad did not make up with Tide.
Chad is very much like avoiding you right now. Yeah.
Tide is gonna look at Casper and say, how far away are we from the island?
Numbers make my head hurt. You're close enough to see it in pretty good detail, but far enough where you would definitely need a boat.
Okay, never mind.
So,
I vote yes to the boat and going to the island.
Agreed.
Okay, anybody have objections to what was just said? Cool. So
no.
cool. y'all also forget I can't see you moving at all because you've all been frozen for me the whole time. So I'm just every time there's an awkward
funny.
pause. Yeah.
That's so funny.
I haven't seen a single facial expression this entire time. Like every once in a while y'all move for a second. So this is just really awkward for me. Which is it's fine. I prefer this and being able to be heard.
Which one of us
honestly,
which one of us looks the funniest in our freeze frame?
It depends. Kristen's had some winners. So
yeah,
is Sarah.
I really have. I've taken some pictures.
Yes.
Amazing.
So all of you have had winners. Chris has
Honestly,
like some really
I
good
think-
reaction images.
Liz, I think that's for the best because there have been moments where it's either Chris, Jake, or myself just dying of silent laughter. And I think it would have just derailed and distracted you immensely.
That's fair.
So
every once in a while, you guys just vanish from frame, so that makes a lot more sense. I thought I was just like freaking out, so that's cool.
No.
Yeah. All right. The mental
Who
image
all
of
is
that.
coming with us
That's-
from the crew?
That's what you get to decide. That's what I was about to ask.
How many can you take?
I'm taking Casper on a leash.
What?
Just kidding.
What?
I'm taking him.
Okay.
She said it's canon.
God.
Wait, he's in a cannon? I thought he was on a leash.
Oh my god.
I hate it here.
You hate it
So,
here. You're along
DM,
for the
how many
ride. I have to
people-
drive.
How many people are we allowed to take?
You can take, because I'm still in the process of reworking stuff, you can take 3 people with you.
And that's Casper being one of them.
Yeah, so you
Oh.
can take, you
Why
have
don't
2
we
people
just-
left.
We could just bring Ripley and
Tessa.
Tessa.
Okay, you have 1 person left.
Why not Ripley?
Why not Ripley?
Well,
What
Who
about
does what about Chad?
what
Chad's not-
about Chad? What
Uh,
about today?
We're not bringing.
Of your
Chad, 'cause
options,
he's
of your
being a dick.
options, let me lay out your options. Chad, Boomstick, Fishhook, Dolphin, Ripley. Yes, I had already counted Ripley in my head, but I didn't. So Ripley, Brienne, and that's it. Yeah.
I kind of think we should bring Boomstick.
But I counter that with 7-foot muscle woman.
Yes,
We got to come to a
But
Hey,
consensus.
you've raised the stakes now.
we don't even know all of the things Boomstick's capable of, and she's an incredible inventor and can just get whatever the shit she wants out of this cabinet.
I'm pretty sure she's hot too. I think we established that.
All of my NPCs are hot.
Redheads.
You never have to question.
Oh, wait. To counter 7-foot muscle woman is redhead. So
We have a redhead on our team.
Wait,
so I
isn't
feel like-
Boomstick a redhead?
Boomstick.
yeah,
what she
no, that's
said.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And hello.
Are you saying we
Redheads
can't have
are hot.
2 redheads? Are you saying we can't have 2
No,
redheads?
what I'm saying is that redheads are hot, so inherently
And-
we should.
and
You know what if we
Renori-
what if we only bring redheads?
Well, then none of us can go because none of us are redheads.
And someone files a complaint with Her Majesty's
Oh,
Navy.
Raven could
Discriminatory treatment.
Raven has the ability to cast what is it called?
Okay, well,
Why are we
Renori will
casting
vote
spells? It's a very
Boomstick.
simple decision.
I think-
she could turn her hair red.
Y'all get
But,
Tessa. Renori has Casper. I think Hyde should have somebody that he's connected with Boomstick.
So Tide will make that argument, and Renori will back him up. In the and
Justice
also,
will say, yes, definitely for that reason and that reason only. I also choose Boomstick.
Beautiful.
Renori's like, yes, absolutely, only that reason.
Okay.
Raven. Wait, are you guys actually saying this out loud?
Yes.
Okay,
I
Raven is
wasn't planning on it,
1,000% confused as to what's going on at this point, but she's just like, I guess we're
think we
bringing
broke-
Great,
Boomstick.
come on,
I think we broke
Boomstick.
the DM.
No, carry on. Keep going. Yep.
Yeah, so Casper, Tessa,
Who would have
Boomstick.
thought it was the prom episode that did this?
Consensus.
So consensus,
Yes.
Tessa, Casper, Boomstick?
Yes.
Okay.
We're taking the ones that we've clearly figured out are the hottest. You realize that's what we're doing, right? We're trying to take the ones we think are the hottest.
That's what.
I respect your opinion.
strategic. It's strategic. It's, you know.
I love all of
These
my
three
hot
any-
NPCs
are these-
equally.
Are these three anybody else's top three? Just me?
I have to look at the character pictures.
Okay, but
more.
like 7-foot orc muscle woman.
That's true. That's true.
I brought her with me
I
from
love a
Bullseye
woman
for a
who would just
reason,
kill
so.
me.
A bisexual made these characters, so have no fear, have no doubt that they're gorgeous.
Have no fear. Have no fear except bisexual fear.
As you should. Good. That was the intention. So,
See, what I was hoping is that one of us would get knocked out and Ripley would carry us over her shoulder. And by one of us, I mean Raven. That would have been amazing.
Boomstick would carry you
Faustus,
over.
Faustus
her
leans in and whispers like conspiratorially, "Are you saying you want me to knock you out?"
Raven did not say that out loud.
And now or later?
Oh no, I think we have to make
gonna
all
go.
of this out loud.
That's it. That's it. Like, let's good night, guys. This is the end
it's
of the
definitely 9 a.m. Oh, you meant good
9
night, like
a.m.?
ending the okay. I was like, it's
Gotcha.
definitely morning right now.
No, I thought you meant it was 9 a.m. real life
No.
right now, and I was like, Liz, what?
No.
Like, Liz, we're in the same time zone.
That
I'm
would
like,
be
it's
hilarious.
9. I'm like, it's 9 p.m. for me, but
Yeah, no, I wish. Okay, so who's going to get who?
well,
Well, I'm assuming that Raven and Tessa are still sharing
there
bedroll.
was only one bed.
Yeah, but you're all awake. I'm
so-
saying like you're all awake now, so I'm just
Yeah.
clarifying like, is it who I think it like Tide's gonna go get Boomstick, like that sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt I've in the morning.
Two
would
of you
not
don't
be
have to
near Casper.
move, basically.
Faustus 100% just doesn't do anything and lets everybody else
Yeah,
go and get
that
the people
tracks.
that they're gonna get.
As he should. Absolute king.
And by the time they come back, he's like completely kitted and ready to go, and just like standing by the edge of the boat waiting.
Okay, so Tide.
Nori's gonna have her umbrella.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that the umbrella's getting used. Tide.
How warm is it?
It's very warm.
Yeah, she's not wearing her cloak, but she's wearing the outfit. Her new outfit.
Okay. Tide, you head towards the armory. And you find Boomstick, and she's sort of there's like barrels and crates along some of the walls, and she's slumped against two of the barrels with like her arms crossed, and she looks like she's dozing into her shoulder.
Hey,
She kind of like
Subtle as an ox.
did she
Yeah.
wake up or no?
yeah, she's up. What?
In a porcelain chop.
Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you, but we're here and we need to go.
We're what?
We're at the Coral Reef. I forgot the name of it.
The towering
Reef.
The Towering. We're at the Towering Reef, and I was really hoping that you'd come with us.
Okay, yeah, and she starts like stretching, and as she stands up, you notice that like her hair has come out of the braid that she tends to keep it in, and it's kind of falling freely around her shoulders. and she kind of like, ugh, I hate this, and pulls it up. Um, and she hold it one hand like she's doing a ponytail, but she pulls off of her wrist. It's like it looks like a bracelet at first. It's like thin gold filigree, but it stretches as she pulls it off, and then she ties up her hair. And she kind of pulls her gloves down very forcefully to make sure they're on. Pats her like her sides like keys, wallet, phone, and she's like, "All right, let's go."
Is there anything that you think we might need?
Yeah,
Didn't look
weapons,
like
right?
anything. Yeah. I mean, I have my stuff. I think everybody else. Well, I think Faustus has his things, and I don't think that the other two deal with weapons very much. I think they're more of a spell.
Hmm. Yeah, I got some stuff. Hold on. And she's kind of like still rubbing her eyes and yawning and everything, and she like wanders to the cabinet, opens the cabinet. She pulls out quite a few things. She pulls out some leather, like brown leather. It looks like a harness kind of situation. Um, and she pulls it on over like over her chest kind of, and there's little slots on it, and then she reaches back into the cabinet and rummages around a little bit, and then she's got like four sticks of dynamite kind of like squished between her fingers, and then she just pops them into the harness, and then she reaches again, and then there's some like around her sides that she's able to do. um and she looks back in the cabinet, she looks at herself, she looks back in the cabinet, and then she draws out a short sword, and you notice it has like a red gem on the pommel, and it looks pretty intricately crafted and like designed, and she sheaths it into a sheath attached to the harness she just put on. She goes, "All right, now I'm ready. Come on."
I guess that's why they call you Boomstick.
That would be the name. She gives you a tired
Uh,
finger.
pew pew. He does it like an idiot. And then he'll head back up.
Roll me perception.
I would love nothing more than to do that for you. That's it. 11.
Okay, so you as you're going up the ladder, like you turn your back, you hear her like laugh quietly before you get all the way up to the top deck. Um, okay, Renori and Raven, like you guys are like up and out of bed, and like all of the spicy fun stuff happened at the beginning of the week. Like a week has passed. This is
Yeah, no.
right. So just making sure. So at the end, this is at the end of the week. We'll start with Renori. Casper's right there.
Yeah, I mean, she'll be holding her umbrella, and she never really goes around without all of her stuff on her anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's just gonna be looking around and uh, turn to Casper and say, "Okay, so where is that boat you were talking about, and how do we start getting those of us who are going onto it? And also, you're coming, so."
The boat's over there, and okay, I'm coming. And he points to the left side of the ship, and you do see some rope like wound tightly around some of the railing and like extending down off of the side of the ship. Raven, Tessa is beside you.
Raven looks at her with like this. She's gotten more comfortable with Tessa over the week, I'd want to say. And so she just goes with like a smile, like, care to go on an adventure?
Uh, Certainly.
All right, then let's go.
Okay.
And then she extends her elbow out again for her to take.
She takes it. Faustus. Actually, we'll come back to Faustus in a
Oh,
second.
Maya, what's my freeze frame? God
Hi.
damn it.
Oh, you look very startled. It is very funny. It is
Uh,
it is really good. It's really good.
Solid.
Oh man.
No worries,
That's
I'll-
literally the exact face when you realize you left your oven on. Like you flew out on vacation and you realize you left your oven on. That's the face.
Liz, how relatable of a situation do you think that is?
Well, about that. Anyway, that's not important. I don't know why you're asking that question. That's not important.
Got
so,
it.
Tide. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but I guess if it's relatable to you, that's fine. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Tide. So you come up onto the deck with Boomstick, just as Raven would take Tessa arm in arm. And
Oh.
so you see everybody's like pretty prepared. Faustus is notably missing. But you see everybody looks pretty ready to go.
Are we ready or?
Sarah, I love that you clarified.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say so.
Faustus, where are you?
Raven turns to Tessa and is just like, "Are you ready, my dear?"
I suppose I am. Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
And
Is Chad on the deck?
do me a perception check.
Ooh, a 23.
You don't see him immediately on the top deck, but because you're thorough, you look around again, and just like a thought at the back of your head tells you to look up, and you direct your eyes up to the crow's nest, and you do see a head of dark brown hair peeking up over the edge of the little bucket up there.
All right. Tide will kind of look up, and he wants to do like a little wave, but knows that because of how tall or how high up he is, it's not going to be really seen. So he's going to do kind of like a normal wave, to kind of say like, "Hey, we're leaving. See ya."
You see him do a half-hearted sort of wave, but he doesn't make any move to come down.
Tide is going to sigh and go, "All right, let's go."
Okay. So, cool. I'm gonna do the thing where I say a lot of words again so I can get us to a nice little place to tie it off. So, you all make your way to the left side of the ship, and looking down, you do see a small dinghy, just a little boat with oars, and it is quite small, but it does look big enough to fit you all if you squish. And Faustus, you're like there, right? You're like going, right?
Well, I'm not, and then I am very suddenly.
Faustus just fucking appears.
Yeah.
And I did burn a spell slot for invisibility, so not just cheesing it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just
Keeping it honest, you know.
Suddenly, Faustus. And you go over.
It's standing beside me.
How do you solve a problem like Faustus?
Oh my
Sorry.
god.
Oh my gosh.
How do you take a shadow and pin it down?
Why are you like this? You
Imagine how tired we are.
And how do you make him slay?
Sorry, Jake and I are horrible.
Anyway. So you see that the way that the ropes are around it's not quite tied in a knot. It's more of a situation like a pulley. And in fact, upon seeing you guys ready to depart, two of the crew members run up and wind their hands like in the rope to start pulling back up. And then the movement of the rope on the left side starts to shudder. And as you look at the poor crewman, you see Chad. Chad kind of like he's taking the rope from the person pulling on it right now, and then he wraps it around his hand and he helps his crewmate, like they do like a nod and start pulling in sync to pull this boat up to your level. And they start backing up with the rope too, and when they have enough leeway, they arms twisted ground their feet in, and then two more crew members come out, and there's like these thick they're barrels, but they don't seem made for storage, and they push, like roll them out onto the deck, stand them up, and with a few hearty like slaps, they're like secured onto the deck. And then Chad and his fellow crewmates start winding this around these two makeshift poles, essentially. And the boat is secured. And the two of them stand by those poles, like, watching the rope carefully. But you do see the dinghy has been pulled up to, like, the top edge of the ship. So you just have to step over the railing and onto the boat.
Done. Doing it.
Yep. Okay. You all board the boat, and Chad and his fellow crewmate lower you back down, and you hit the water with a gentle splash. And Casper takes up the oars and starts rowing as steady as he can. I mean, the boat's pretty heavy. Getting the boat going towards shore. And that's where we're going to end off today. I love
Beach episode.
I love that I called this one the Towering Reef, and it was like only in the last 10 minutes that we actually got to see it. I love this. Okay, so thank you guys so much for hanging out. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you to my players for staying late. Sorry. If you liked it, want to hang out more, we're live every Friday at 8 p.m. EST here. Please go support the pals with an exclamation point pals in the chat. That's a good way to just go out and say hi to everybody. I do have a fan house now for $3 a month. I'm going to be posting behind-the-scene content from this and from an upcoming campaign. I'm doing a homebrew about cowboys. And you will get to see sneak peeks of some of the things I'm working on the fan house. If you want your first month free, use the code Stormborn when you go to subscribe. All of the VODs are on YouTube if you do exclamation point VOD in the chat. And as always, thank you so much for hanging out. Next time, maybe not next time, maybe it might be the time after that, I might be playing with my new setup because you guys were so generous and fucking funded that for me because, like, you're awesome. So I'm very, very excited. Thank you so much.
Not the dab. No.
Anyway, so I'm pulling the plug. I've seen enough. I've suffered enough.
Pull the plug on that dab before it's too late.
Everybody have a fantastic night. You are canceled. Everybody have a fantastic week.
Liz and I, who are the Gen Z, are very much cringing right now.
I felt my soul just
millennial
crunch
behavior.
like a tin can.
At this millennial behavior.
This is so upsetting. So disappointed.
This is the embarrassment we get for having white friends, Liz.
Yeah, I know.
This is what it is.
We entered into this. He did it again. He did it again. Okay. Yeah. I'm revolted, so I'm going to bed.
Same.
Aren't you glad our cameras started
I'm gonna
moving
go
in
back.
time for you to see all of
No.
that?
I'm gonna go back. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.